So hello and welcome everyone to this year's Data Bash conference. You are now in room 4 and we will start in a minute with Peter van den Bos. Peter, I'm happy to have you here. How are you doing?
Yeah, great. I think we have a lot of fun next hour, so you're ready for that.
I hope so as well, yes. If you want to know the actual schedule, we will have sessions the whole day. I will show it between the different sessions. But now at 9, I think I already stole a minute of your time. It's your presentation, so I will remove myself and have fun with your session, Peter.
Okay, thank you very much, Dennis. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session, Optimizing Power BI, Enhancing Performance through Data Modeling. Today, I will show you how a good data model makes your report faster and easier to use. My name is Peter van den Bos. I live in the Netherlands and I work as a freelance trainer and consultant. I've been working with business intelligence for over 10 years, and since 2016, my focus has been on Power BI. I help companies build better data models, and I also creating training sessions and videos. My videos are in Dutch, but nowadays I add English subtitles so more people can follow them. Just a little hint for that. I also regularly speak at conference and communities events to share my experience, like today. So let's start. Enough about me. So why is the data model important? That's the first thing you should ask yourself. It's the foundation of everything you do in Power BI. And a lot of customers ask me, my report is slow, can you fix it? And in 18% of the cases, the root case is a poor data model. So a good data model reduces redundancy and improve performance. I often see long and complex DAX queries. Sometimes it's necessary. And they are very proud to present me a DAX query with a lot of rows, and they are very proud on it. And I understand that, but in the most cases, it's not necessary to have a big DAX query. In the most cases, the answer is the data model is not optimized. So this session, we go focus on the data modeling and how we can optimize it. But why the Power BI use the Vertipack engine, which optimize for well-structured data models. So the Vertipack compress the data to improve memory efficiency. Power BI is an in-memory tool, so all the data is stored in your RAM memory. RAM is very expensive, so compression really matters. The more effective the compression, the more data you can store. So how you can store that, I show you in this presentation. Yeah, let's start with some demos. So first, we load into Power BI and CSV, and we see the size is on this moment 173 MB. So it's not a very big file, but big enough to show you the compression with Vertipack engine. So I open the file. And I load it. It's one big table. It's a model from the Contosa store. So it's having a lot of rows, and we see what's happening if you load one big table into Power BI. So, and we have loaded. So we have one table. There's 200,000 rows, and you'll see a lot of columns. So that's not the best way. So I show you later what the best way is. We go to the external tools. I use, for this case, DAX Studio. And it's always opening on the wrong screen. So the model was 117 MB. Let's look now in the memory size. Go to the advanced tab, view matrix, and summarize. And on this moment, it's 66 MB. So we see the compression works on the file. So we load the file, and Vertipack compress the data on the right way, and it's the size is already compressed on this moment. So we have done nothing. So what's happening under the hood from Power BI? And that's very, I like it very. It's the next thing. To explain that, I have two columns, the unit cost and the store name. I have separated from the file, and I tell you how the compressing with Vertipack is. So the Vertipack starts with a dictionary encoding. So each unique text value is replaced by a numeric ID. Only the ID is stored in the column, while the actual values are kept once in the dictionary. So we see here the column with the store name, and we see here the unique ID. So he creates a key for every value in the column. And The reason is it saves a lot of memory. So you don't store all the name, but only the store name ID. So it saves a lot of memory. So that's the first step, Vertipark compress on the data. The second step is run length encoding. So we have the first column with the store name ID. So before he stored the name to store name ID. So we start with that column, and I group all the IDs with each other. So we see store name ID 1, have the first rows, the second store name is the 2, so he grouped that also. And what's happening with the column? Well, if we store this column, it's also a big column. In this case, we have 200,000 rows, so we have a big column with all the numbers. And Vertipark compressed the data in a small table. In this case, with 3 rows, 3 columns. So in this example, we have 3 rows, and ID 1 start at row 0 and repeat 3 times. So we see, or 4 times, sorry. We see you repeating the store name ID 1 4 times. And for the store name ID 2, it starts on row 4, and it's also repeating 4 times. And the last one, store name ID 3, it starts on row 7, and it's repeating 2 times. But this is not a very big column. But if you have a column with 1 billion rows or more, you can imagine yourself, if you have a big column with all the data and you can store 1 million rows in a small table with 3 rows and 3 columns, the compression is very optimized. And Vertipark do this for every column in his data model. So that's the reason you saw we start with 170 MB and he compressed it to 66 MB. But that's not all. The next thing with compression is the value encoding. So what's happening? Vertipark scan the table of the column, and in this case we have 10 euro is the lowest value in this column. So he get the difference from that. So he extracted 10 for every value. So we see on row 1 we have a 0, this 1 euro, not 11. So it's a smaller range of values, so fewer bits it's needed to store the data in the data memory. So, and if you need the value, then he computed on the right way. So also this is he scanned the data model for all the values and do his secret sauce. Want this is not only what he did with compression. There are more things, but this is not everybody. Not everybody is. We don't know everything how we compress the data. That's what I say, the secret sauce from Microsoft. So the compression is very optimized, and that's the reason we saw the file on 117 MB to 66. But that's not all. Let's go to the Power BI file, and we see on this moment all the data stored in one column, and that's not very optimized. So if we split it in different tables, like dimensions, and I tell you later what a dimension is, we can compress the data on a very better way. Why? In this case, I go to my presentation. Yeah. In this example, we have for every row all the information about the store. So, and every row is that repeating. So we have Mark Contoso North America Online Store, and that's repeating many times in this example. So you can ask yourself, is this the best way to store my data? And I think everybody in this session say, no, it's not the best way. It's better to have one row and put all the data about the Contoso North America Online Store or the other store names, put that in a separate table and remove all the duplicates. So we have a unique table with only the unique store. And then we need only a column with the keys, so we can relate the tables to each other. And if we relate the tables to each other, it's not necessary to have all the data in one big table. So I've put all the data from the store name in a separate table, and that's the dimension table. So we see here, and we have in this example 3 stores. So it's not necessary to repeat every row all the information about the store manager, store type, store name, and store description. It's too many info, and in this case, in the table, we have in this table, in the fact table, we have one column with store key, dus that's the key column, and we have in the dimension table also the store key. So in this case, we have a filter on 199. There's a Contoso North America Online Store, and we see it's sorted here on the right way. So we have all the information, and we can make the measures. So that's a dimension table. A dimension table is a unique table with unique products, stores, or date. It's also a dimension table, and it's not possible to have one store key of a store key with multiple stores. So it's always a unique key. So if we have the dimensions and we have the facts, if I split that on the right way, I have done that earlier. So I had one big table, 200,000 rows, and I split it in dimensions and facts. And you see it here. And if I go now to DAX Studio to see what the size is of my data model, it's 19 MB. So we start with 117 and we end with 19 MB. And that's the compression from the Vertipack engine, but also splitting the table in dimensions and facts. So you have always unique values in your dimensions, and you are not repeating data in every row. So if you give the right data to the Vertipack engine, and in this case, the dimensions and the fact is the right data, how you can give it to the Vertipack engine. The compression is on the dimensions and the Vertipack. So that's compress the data on the right way. So the fact tables contains facts. So it's representing an event with dimensions. So like I buy a pack of milk in a shop. Then that's a fact. It's happening on a certain time, on a certain place, and that's a fact. But my product is a unique product. So if you go to the dimension table, it's a unique row with a unique key. So that's the dimension. And sometimes if you have doubts about a column in your data model, is the fact of a dimension, you can always imagine yourself a bar chart. If it's on the axis, in that case it's a dimension. If it is in the bars, then is it an fact. So you can always make the decision what is the best place to store that column. And that's only for the values. The keys, you need them in the fact, but also in the dimensions. So you need always the key. So if you have the dimensions and the fact, we create a star schema. And what's in star schema? We see the fact in the middle of the star. Some people see a star in this image. We have the dimension around it. And so we can filter from, in this case, store to the sales, but also we can filter on product, customer, and date. So all the dimensions around the fact table are filtering the facts. So that's the reason we use a star schema. It's also very clear for the business. So if they see this data model, they know, okay, here I see the values in the fact table, and we can filter from it. So that's very easy. But there's also another model, and that's a snowflake model. And a snowflake model is a variation of the star schema. And in the snowflake model, dimensions table links to other dimension tables. So we see here for product category, product subcategory, and product. Product is the lowest level, and that is connected to the sales table. So we can filter on the highest category, and it filters all the dimension tables to the sales. It's not, the performance is a little bit, no, the best performance is always a star schema. If it is necessary, choose for a snowflake. And in the most cases, I choose for a snowflake if my dimension tables are too big. And met too big, I mean a lot of columns. The best, in my opinion, is 15 columns per table. If you have more columns, then you can choose for a snowflake model. The reason is how more columns you have, the Vertipack engine compress the data not on the best way. So it's not only compress the columns, but the columns are also depending on each other. There's, in that case, the sorting from the values in the column are not on the best way. So how better of how worse the sorting is, how less the compression is working on the table. So Snowflake is not wrong, but a star schema is preferred for a well-designed data model. So what's an optimized data model? I repeat myself, but a fact table contains values that you can calculate, like in revenue, purchase date, sold products. And dimension table contains values you want to filter by, like year, month, manufacturer, customer, or product. But we talk about dimensions and facts, but also very important is the relationship and the keys. So to create a relationship between tables, keys are used. So a primary key, there's a unique value. So you see that only in the dimension table. And we have a foreign key, and a foreign key is repeated a lot if you have luck in your fact table, but it's stored only in the fact table. So it appears multiple times. And we have also filtering options. And if you have create a relationship, in the most cases it is a one-to-many, and one is the unique key. So that's always stored in the dimension, and the many is stored in the fact table. So that's the strongest relationship between tables, one-to-many. And then we have also a different relationship. There's the one-to-one. So one unique value in the first table and one unique key in the next table. But in many cases, I want to change that to a one-to-many. For example, if you start with a data model, you have not a lot of data in that. It is possible to get a one-to-one ratio, but in the future, you get more sales in your fact table, so it must change to a one-to-many. If you save the relationship with a one-to-one relationship and you refresh the data, and you get more keys in your fact, then it collapses. So then he stopped the refreshing, or I say, yeah, there's no, or he broke the relationship. So be careful with that. So think always about the future, what is changing in my tables, and can I replace that to one-to-many? And in the most cases, is your answer yes. Then we have the many-to-many, and many-to-many is a very weak relationship. It's not a very strong relationship, and it's ambiguous. You don't know how the relationship between the different tables. It is possible to choose for a many-to-many relationship in Power BI, but my advice is don't use a many-to-many relationship. And later in this presentation, I explain how you can make the many-to-many relationship in a very strong relationship. So you can change that. And then you don't use the many-to-many relationship in your data model. So, and you can also choose the filter direction for a single. So we filter from the dimension to the fact table, and that is a very great relationship, and it filters only from the dimension to the fact table. And sometimes you see also they change the filter direction to bidirectional, so you can go both ways. But that's a problem if you have a big data model with a lot of fact tables and dimensions. It is possible to the data model is ambiguous, so he don't know which relationship he must follow to get the right values. And in some cases, it's going wrong, and sometimes the values are good, but I don't want to say to my customer, in the most cases, the reports are very well, but sometimes the values are not correct. So how we can avoid that? Don't use the both relationship. There's one example you can use the both relationship, and I show you that later in this presentation. And I give also a demo in this presentation, what's happening if you get an ambiguous data model. So, and sometimes I see a lot of star schemas, but they are separated in every report. And they ask to me, is it possible to have more fact tables in one data model? And the answer is yes. It's no problem to have multiple fact tables in a data model. If you want, you can build a whole galaxy with a lot of star schemas. Very important is to separate the fact tables. So and what I mean with separated, we see in this example, we have a sales and an inventory. They are a different topic, so don't mix the topics to each other. It is possible to create one fact table with the sales and inventory, but that's not the best way. So share it always. If the topic is not the same, store it in a separate fact table. So in this case, we have two fact tables, so sales and inventory. So if I want to filter from the dates to the fact, we see the relationship that's possible. We see also the one-to-many relationship. We see here one, and we see here the asterisk. So we see what the many size is. We see the filter direction. We filter from the dimension to the sales. We see also a dotted line that is not active, the relationship. I'll show you later how you can make this active in the presentation. So if I filter on the 1st of January, he filters not only the sales table, but he filters also the inventory. So we filter with one slicer to fact tables. And if we choose a certain product, we filtered also the both tables. If I filtered on store, we see only a relationship between store and the sales table. So then the inventory is not filtering on the store. So that's not possible. And it's not always the case that all the dimensions have a relationship with all the fact tables. So in this case, the store and the customer have no relationship with the inventory. So it's not possible to filter from the store to the inventory. in this case, it's not going to happen. So then the MB gets, and I show you that with a demo. So in this case, this is the report. I want to filter on the 1st of January, and I want to see all the products in the inventory. So in this case, we have 100 apples, 100 bananas, and 100 orange. So that is in the inventory, all the information I get. So we see here the dimension table, and normally we filter from the date. We filter from the date to the fact inventory. So this the fastest way, and Power BI choose always the fastest way between tables, so we get the right values. But we have all the filter directions are right. So we filter from the dimension to effect, and in this case we're going to change the data model. So normally this is by this is one direction filtering, but if I change this to a both relationship, the size of my screen is not right. So help. I don't see my OK screen. Sorry, I changed that. So I've changed now the relationship and bidirectional relationship. If you go now to the report, the values are correct, and the reason why is Power BI choose also in this case the fastest relationship. But if we delete this relationship, and in the most cases in this model it don't go wrong. But if you have a bigger table with a lot of fact dimension, then it's possible it's going wrong. So I go to the report, and what is happening? We see only the apples, and we see also the apples from the 2nd and the 1st January. So we have 150 apples in our store, or we had on the 1st had 100 apples, and on the 2nd of January we have 50 apples. What's happening in the data model? In this case, we have a filter on the 1st of January. We go from the date table with the 1st of January to the fact sales. So we go to the fact sales, and we have a filtering on the 1st of January. So we see we have sold 2 apples on the 1st of January, but we have a product apples. So we have a filter on this case on the 1st of January and apples. So we go through the fact sales to the dim products. If you come in the table with the dim products, we have only apples, no dates. Sorry, we have only products and no dates. So only the filtering with the product is going through the sales table to the dimension table, and we filter only on the product apples. We have not sold bananas of orange on the 1st, so it's only the filter of apples. If we then go to the fact inventory, and that is the next filtering, dim products to fact inventory, we filter only on the product apples. And that's what we see in the report. And that is the problem with a bidirectional relationship. If you use that on the wrong way, your values in your report are not correct. So be careful with that. If you have a star schema, proper star schema, and you changed it in a bi-directional relationship, it's not possible to going wrong. It's not going wrong. But if you have multiple fact tables, multiple dimensions, then is it possible it's going wrong in your report, and you don't want that, I hope. So that's ambiguous. Then I show you also the relationship what not is active. So sometimes I come with a customer and I say, why you have multiple date tables? Yeah, I want to compare everything with each other, and if I do that, then I know certain values. And I ask why you don't use multiple relationship between the date table and your fact table. That's not possible. The relationship are not active. Now, it's very easy to make that relationship active. We need a little bit DAX for that, and we use the function use relationship. If you use the function use relationship, you can make the relationship active. So I have an example for that. In this case, we have a fact table with a date key and a due date. And we have also a dimension with date, and the date is also the key. So I have created a relationship between the date and the date key. That is my active relationship. So you see that's the line and the relationship. For every calculation, for everything what you use in your report, you use the active relationship. So that's very clear. And if I create a second relationship between the date and the due date, you see the line is dotted, and that means the relationship is not active. So it's not in use, or you use a DAX query to get it in the right way. And this is the DAX calculation. Normally we have the total sales. I think everybody know that measure is one of the first measures you write if you try a training with DAX. So this is the total sales. We use the fact sales table, sales quantity, and the unit price. So, and this is the outcome. So this is what we have measured. But we have also a column with the total sales due date, and we use the same measure. And if you use DAX on the right way, you can use the measure itself. But for clarity, I have write it down. So we have the sum X, fact sales for the table, sales quantity multiplied with unit price. Then we need to calculate around it. And a calculate filter has a filter option. And in this case, it's the filter option. And in this case, the filter option is the DAX query use relationship and use date with the fact sales due date. So that is the not active relationship. If we use this DAX query of this function in DAX, the not active relationship is active. Then the calculation is follow that relationship and measure the total sales due date. So if you have a date table and you have in your fact tables multiple columns with dates and you want to compare that with each other, you can use use relationship. Then you are very handy, and it's very clear how you can compare values with each other. Then the next thing in your data model is the level of detail. It's very important to have to know what is necessary in my report. So if it is necessary in my report to have every sale on every day, on every moment, then I must store that in my fact table. But sometimes we create a report and it is only necessary to have the totals of the day before. Then you can ask yourself, is it necessary to have a fact table with every sale from every moment on the day? Or group by all the sales I create a table with all the sales from a separate from a day. So I think that's the first question you might ask yourself: what is necessary in your data model or in your report? And then you can create it in your data model. And sometimes the first report, what you show is always the measures from a day before. So it is also possible to have two fact tables, one with the function of group all the total sales from a day. So you have, in that case, the right table. And it's also possible to have a separate fact table in your data model with all the sales from every day of every time on the day. And so you can, for your report, use the table with, so that was not the right. Yeah. You can you use for your report then the table with all the total sales for every day. And if you want to analyze things, you can use the other fact table. So you have all the possibilities in your data model. So now the many-to-many relationship. I say earlier in this presentation, it's a very weak relationship. So how we can change that to a very strong relationship? In this case, we have for this example, we have books and writers. And if I create a relationship between books and writers, it is possible one writer writes multiple books, but it's also possible one book is written by many writers. So if I create a relationship between the books and writers table, then it's a many-to-many relationship. So that's not what I want in my report. So I want to create a very strong relationship. And so I create a bridge table, and a bridge table contains all the book IDs and the writer's ID and all the combinations. So we have all the combinations in a bridge table, and the bridge table is I create that always separated. And if I create the bridge table, I can create a relationship between the writer's table to the it's the wrong one. Between the writers table and the book and writers bridge table. So writer one have write one book. So we have here the ID one, and also all the book IDs he have written. Now, normally this it's not a fact table, it's a bridge table, but normally if you create a relationship between a dimension and the bridge table, it is a one-to-many relationship like this. And normally we filter always from the unique values to the many, so to the fact table. But in this case, I want to know which writer have the public date for a certain book. This is the only case where we use a bidirectional relationship. Why? If I go from the writer's ID, I go through the book and writers, so I know all the book IDs from the writer. We create a relationship. It's now possible to filter from the book and writer table to the books. Then I see all the book IDs from the certain writer ID. And if I know the book IDs, I can create the relationship between books and publication date. So always use a bridge table and never use a many-to-many relationship. So a bridge table create a strong relationship and not a weak relationship. So What is important? The importance of a star schema is always necessary to have the Vertipack engine behaved in the right way. So if you have a star schema, we boost the performance, so we get faster queries, and the reason is we separate dimensions and facts. It also simplified data for the Vertipack processing. And normally, and this works only for the import modus. If you have Open Direct Query, this only for the import modus if you import the data in your data model. If you have a proper data preparation, then also we can compress the data on the right way, so we have a lower RAM usage in our data model. The compression on the best way is if you compress the data, we have 10 GB in our data warehouse. If we prepare the data on the right way, we have 1 GB in our data model. So it's a compression 1 to 10. So that's the optimized way. And yeah, with some small tweaks, you have a big the data is compressed on a better way, so you have big gains for that. And what the small tweaks are, I show you that with the demo, and demo is always better than a lot of talking, especially for me. One of the key things is the data. So we have in this demo, we have 1 million rows, and we have a decimal value with a lot of digits. You can ask yourself, is this meaningful, or is it necessary to have a lot of digits in my values so I can show that in my report? Now, sometimes it's necessary, but in the most time it's not necessary. So if I go to the home, connect with the right data model. I show you how many RAM is used in of the total size in the memory is 56 MB. So one column with 1 million rows and a lot of digits after the decimal point. We have, and if we change that, so if we change, and in the most of cases, I go to the Power Query, transform dates, Power Query. I try it on the right way. Oh no. I've changed something in my setup. So okay, I do it on a different way. So if I changed it from, in this case, we have a decimal number, and a decimal number is a default option in Power BI. So we choose always decimal number. But if you have 10 or 20 digit after the decimal point, it's stored in your data model. So you can ask yourself, is that necessary? Now, in the most cases, I think it's not necessary. So I change that always to a fixed decimal. And what's the meaning of a fixed decimal number? We get 4 digits after the decimal point. So it's fixed. So we have 4 digits. That's all. So if I change that, yes. So we see we have the 4 digits. And if I go to Doc Studio, what's changing now? So it was a small change. It was not a lot of work. And it was 1 billion rows. So if you have a data model with more rows, the effect is very big. But we go to summary and we have now 9 MB. So we go from 56 MB to 9 MB. So you see the compression is a lot better. So for one column, we have changed that. And that was a small changing. So we have more demos with that. Sometimes I have a discussion and they say the keys for a table, it's not a matter of it is text or numeric. Want Vertipark is translate all the text to a number and store that on the right way. But if we have a key column with text, it's a unique value. So Vertipark compressed or stored not on the right way. If the column is unique and you have only unique values in that column, you don't create a table with for grouping. It's not possible. So a key column is not stored in a special way. So I have a key column and you see it is a number. Go to Doc Studio. Fonts, view matrix, and is stored, and it's 6 MB. So not a very big column. It's 1 million rows. But if I change this column to text, and for now I have numbers in this column. There's normally it's always a whole number, but I see also sometimes they have a number with a label before or something else. So that's always transformed to text. So you don't want that. So if I refresh that, advanced view matrix, it's now 48 MB. So we see we transform from 6 to 48 only to define the data type. So choose always for every column the right data type. It's so important to compress your data on the right way. And that's the takeaway I want to give to you. Always choose the data type for every column. Check. Normally Power BI scan the column and give them the right data type. But ask yourself, is that the right data type for everything? So a key is always numeric. It's best practice. Microsoft is always telling use a key column always with a numeric value and not with a text. So with the fixed decimal or decimal number, choose what is necessary for your report. And also with a calculate column, we see a lot of discussions on the internet, and in most cases they say it's not very wise to use calculate columns. Why? It's having a lot of effect on your size of your data model, and the reason is if you have a calculate column, it's calculate after the refresh of Power BI. So yeah, it's using a little bit compression, but not enough. Everything what is compute before the refresh. So if you have a calculate column and you store that in with Power, if you create that in Power Query and you refresh your data model, the whole compression is a lot of better. You get flat data to your data model. So also I have a little example. What I have done is to the table. I've created a switch, and it's an if statement with if the value is between or smaller than 1000, and it's very small. So it's 3.4 million rows. If I go to Doc Studio, so it's 8 MB. So it's a 8 MB, sorry. So it's not a very big data model. If I've done it here in Power Query, so I don't have a calculate column. If I go now to Doc Studio, it's a small change, but we go from 8 to 1 MB for one column with 3.4 million rows. But if you have a lot of calculate columns in your data model, you understand the size of your memory is growing. So you want to do everything. If you have a calculate column, do that in Power Query. That's the best option. So we have spoken for the right data types. Just example. Yeah. And the next, I want to put only data in your data model what is necessary for your reports. How fewer columns, how better their compression is in your data model. And a lot of customers say to me, yeah, but it's not for now this column, but I use that in the future, maybe for an analyze. If it is necessary to have that column in your data model, then I put the column in your data model, but not before. What I see is a lot of data models are growing very, very big. And the reason is maybe it's handy in the future, but for now we don't use it. So if you don't use a column in your data model, don't put it in your data model. It's always very difficult to put columns out your data model. And if you publish your data model, there's always someone they use that column. And so create your data model very elite, so not a lot of only the data what is necessary. So my limit is always around 15 columns per table. And yeah, if it is 17, it's also not a problem. But if I say 20, then they ask me 25. So be strong in that. Always use 15 columns per table. That was the calculate rows. Yeah, so the best practice, always use a star schema or a snowflake schema if necessary. A fact table contains values for calculations. A dimension table contains values for filtering, and image always a bar chart. So on the axis you see the dimensions, and on the bars you see always the values. That's the best. I think that's the best option to choose for every column. What is the place, dimension, or the fact? So, and avoid using bidirectional relationship. You see, an ambiguous data model is not what you want for your business. Include only the data you actually use, and the level of details for your table. And that's the first step before you create a blueprint of your data model. And choose always the right data type. That's how compression get a lot more compressed. The compression is a lot better with the right data type. I give you some demos and examples, so you see. So you see what the impact is for that. So that was my presentation. I hope you have liked it. If you have questions or insights, please contact me. You see all the information. I like it to get some feedback. So give me some feedback. Yeah, my English is not my strongest point, but I hope you have understand that.
Thank you so much, Peter. There's one question. Thanks for the educative session. Will you share your slides somewhere?
Yeah, there's no problem. I have on. I have the link here. I show the link in the chat. You can send it to everybody. Dennis?
Yes, send it to me, and I will forward it here in the chat.
Yeah. There you find all my files and sessions. So no problem.
All right. Then,
okay.
Thank you so much for your time, everyone. We will have a small break, 1-2 minutes, and Ehrenmüller Jensen. Again, thank you, Peter. It was a really great session. I learned a lot, and
thank you.
Happy to have you here, and hope to see you again soon.
Sure. Good luck today, and I see a lot of nice sessions, so I stay here also.
Perfect. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. We'll give it a minute. I think our next guest, Markus, is here already. All right. And with this, welcome, Markus.
I need to unmute myself. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Yeah, for me, it's a morning, Saturday morning. Yeah, good to see you, Dennis. How are you doing? That's the conference so far.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good as well. I just I've seen the last glimpse of Peter's session. The session is also about data modeling and star schema, so we will get like an overdose of star schema today, obviously. So
I honestly think it's the most important topic in Power BI.
Yeah.
So I think
great.
You can never have enough of that.
Have too much of the star schema, right? I totally agree on that. Yeah.
Also, as we have, sorry, yes.
Please.
Also, as we have now 1 more minute, I just want to mention the book behind you.
I
have it also always here right next to me. And it's a private hint, I can highly recommend it. It's one of the best books, like seriously, about data modeling. So thank you already for writing this, Markus. Makes everyone's life a lot easier. And that's an honest review. I'm not getting paid or anything. I just really like the book. And Peter, wait a second.
No, I did not pay you. Yeah, I'm not sure if
I know the book. So I leave the room. Good luck, Markus. And thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. So I know,
right.
I know who the people were who bought the book, right? You too.
Yeah, exactly. All the 3 sales we have now here in this chat. No, I'm kidding. I know many people bought it. I know really a lot of people who bought it and actually deserves it. But I don't want to steal too much of your time. I already stole a minute. At least it was advertisement somehow. So I will give you now the stage, and I want to enjoy your session.
I have like 50 minutes, 55 minutes. Was like when should I have been finished?
Yeah, 50 minutes would be great. Then we have a little time also for questions. If you need longer, we don't have anything for an hour. So instead of sitting here 10 minutes, you can also talk a little longer.
That could be a bad mistake, right? If you give me the stage, you will have to like.
I have to drag you away, probably.
Drag you away from the stage. If I start talking, I will not
I will do this. Then the last 10 minutes, I will be rude. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. Very good. Okay. So I think I will share my screen, so you can share my screen over through SteamMat. Yeah. So welcome everybody. Brought that you want to become a guardian of the star schema. So there's like an introduction session in your first day as a guardian of the star schema. This is like the theme is all about for this talk. When I introduce myself, I tell people I work with models. Depending on their background, they might think of different things. Of course, all of my customers, all of my clients, everybody I work with, male, female, diverse. They're beautiful people, like from the outside with their incentive and private values, of course. But what I mean with the model is, of course, I mean Power BI, right? And this is not a very pretty model, just from what you can see here. There's a lot of relationships in there. So this is before I start my work. Afterwards, this should be more cleaned up as a data model. That's the whole idea here. And the goal is, as you already heard from the previous session from Peter, that data modeling is really crucial. And so I want to give you some tips and tricks what I do in every semantic model, and I will walk you through a demo. So I will just have a couple of slides, then we shift over to the demo mode. And as you have seen with Peter, I will show Power BI. I will do something there, and then we'll double check with DAX Studio what's the reason, or what's the output of or the outcome of the change of the model. So I want to improve like the size in the sense of it should be small. So we should keep all the information in it, so we're not losing anything information-wise. So you can do everything with the data model, which is in the first data, but the size of the model will go down, and most probably it will also be better understandable. So the assumptions I'm doing here is not really SQL. Sorry for that. Obviously, I reused the slide deck when I did something in SQL. Today, I will show Power Query. I think this is the easiest one. And it's also important where you model the data. I mean, you should model the data, right? But what kind of tool you're using is not very important. So what I'm showing today is like two things. I show you like the concept, what I'm doing, why I'm doing, the reasons for that, and then I will use Power Query to actually do the actual work. But you can do also this in SQL. You can use a Python script. You can have your own application. You could also use DAX for data modeling, but the backdraft with DAX data modeling means that you have to keep the data in the wrong way, right? And then you add in the same model, you add the tables and the shapes like you wanted to have to, but then you keep both versions of the model. This is why I don't like DAX for data modeling, except for defining measures, of course. That's what you need to do. So DAX calculated columns, DAX calculated tables, if you ask me, they're a legacy feature. That's why they're still there. The first version of Power Pivot for Excel, there was no Power Query. We had to use DAX. But since we have DAX Power Query, you should use that. So the reason why data modeling is important when it comes to semantic model in Power BI is because Power BI is a model-driven tool. This is different from other tools. If you think about Excel, in Excel, you want to have a white table, right? People do all the metrics, VLOOKUP, and what you name it, right? To have everything in one worksheet, and then they take this as a basis for the pivot table. And this is good. There's nothing wrong with that, right? This is how Excel works. If you work with Power BI paginated reports, the report builder, maybe you've heard some things like a report builder previously. This was like in the old way of doing BI, but it's now the new way again as a paginated reports, Power BI paginated reports. Here also per visual or content you want to show there, you have so-called data sets in Power BI, in this Power BI report builder, and the data set is just a white table. So you would have like one view, one stored procedure, or doing everything to have everything in one table, right? And then you could, of course, have several of those data sets, but joining between them is a little bit tricky. So you have like all the information you want to show in one visual comes from one data set. So again, there's nothing bad with that. Or if I want to see something, right? If you do a report and people ask you, can you give me a list of this, right? You put everything in this list and they have a white table with all the information people need. So this is good, right? But using this as a basis for Power BI would be a misunderstanding. Power BI is a model-driven, and model-driven means we have to reform everything into a star schema, as Peter already explained from several perspectives, right? So one-to-many relationships, this is one I want to go for. Unidirectional filters, not bidirectional filters. And the reason is not because the star schema is so much better than anything else. The reason is because Power BI, the semantic model, the WordPeg engine behind it, the DAX language is optimized for a star schema. So if you just load a white table or you load your normal schema as the tables are in your application database, for example, this will work. So you can do that, but please don't then say that Power BI is really slow or the DAX is really complicated. It's not the problem of the tool, it's the problem of the data model then, right? So this is like the important point here. And I also think as a report author, somebody who has to work with data and like just want to keep doing analytics like ad hoc or building reports, it's much easier if you have everything in star schema, even if you later, for example, make a white table out of that for Excel or for the report builder. So I think it's a really, so we can discuss this star schema is good, but I really think it is also a very good way to make your data understandable. And to reform everything, this takes some understanding of the data, of course, because there's no perfect data model when you don't know the domain, right? If I come in as a consultant to my clients, I need to ask questions, right, to understand what they're looking for, how their organization is working, so I really can prepare a good data model for that. If I don't do that, I would come with a half-baked data model. So it means that you have to understand what a star schema is, that you have to learn the features of the tools, for example, Power Query, SQL, whatever, to reform everything, to model everything, transform everything into a star schema. But on the other hand, you also need to know how the company works, how the reports are used, right, to come up with an optimized data model. And the whole goal is to make the end user's life, and end user in this term means the people who are using this data model to build analytics and reports. I'm saying that and writing in bold letters because sometimes you might think, is it really necessary? I mean, everybody's waiting for the report already, right? Shall I spend an extra hour, an extra day, an extra week to remodel something? Let's do a shortcut, right? And I can tell you, every time I did those shortcuts, later I regretted them, right? Because you're building up a technical thought. And the thing is, also LLMs work with that, but also when you later change the semantic model, because you discover, oh, I should have done that, right? I should have split this table up, or I should have joined this information to one table together. If you do so, it will break your reports. That means if you have published this semantic model and others build reports, then you have to tell them, you have to rework your reports, right? So the later you change do the changes, the more expensive it becomes in terms of you have to do more changes, not just in the data model, but also in the reports. And with Copilot or ChatGPT, they heavily depend on a semantic model, right? If you want to talk to ChatGPT, please show me the sales amount per customer and year, right? Then somehow you need a data model where those names are represented, right? So there has to be a measure for the sales. There has to be a dimension, a filter column for the customer and the year, right? If it's not present, then the LLM model will not understand you, right? So building a good semantic model is also even more important in times where we have those fancy tools around, right? So that means if I build something just for me, right? I want to see something, I want to learn something about the data. Maybe I build some ad hoc data model, which is not optimized, not perfect, right? Because I know how I can use this model and where are like the pitfalls there, because I did not finish the model, right? I know that. But as soon as you start to publish such a model to public service, for example, so others can build and reports there, this would be a big mistake, because then your data model is fixed, right? If you change it, it would break the reports, but they will do things because they don't know about the pitfalls, right? They think it's just a semantic model. Of course, I use those things. Then again, either the performance will be slow or DAX will be really weird to write, and it's really hard to understand why those numbers are coming up like they do. So that's the important part, right? So if you build models which is consumed by others, then you have to stick to the star schema. Point. There's no discussion. So that means what should you avoid, right? So the death of a star schema is, for example, a white table. I talked about it, right? This is good in Excel. This is good for humans. This is good in Power BI Report Builder. I believe, like, I'm not a Tableau expert, but I believe that Tableau also has this concept that you put everything in one white table because it's easy to understand for everybody working with that. Point, yeah, there's a good point there, but Power BI is not the tool, right? Sometimes it's called also a Franken table. I think I stole this from Twitter, and I can't remember where I heard this. Like somebody called it OBT, right? It's more fancy to talk in dinner parties, and then you say, yeah, we're doing OBT, right? One big table, so everything is one table. This is not a good model for Power BI. Or what I see like from people coming from like the Excel side, they have like everything already prepared in Excel, that they load everything to Power Query or to or to Power BI Desktop, right? And then every worksheet in every Excel file becomes one Power Query, of course, right? This is how Power Query works. And then they just load everything, right? So every worksheet becomes one table in the data model where we have redundant information, where things that should be joined together are split apart or the other way around. This is not a good idea. So if you see that, there's a high chance of probability that this is not a good data model, because the Excel files, they are not built in the sense we're building a star schema. Right? They're built in the sense I want to report on something. So in many times, if I get the choice, if I want the data as Excel file or CSV file, I opt for CSV file. And it's not the file format, but it's like two reasons. One is a CSV file is really an extract, while an Excel file is a report. Maybe the year comes up or the years comes up in the table, or there's like information in the headers which you first have to extract. This is not the case in the CSV file. CSV file is a flat table, right? And the other thing is, if in the Excel file, people open up, right? They take a look, then they correct something or add information or whatever to manual work. So when this person then, who is used to do this all the manual work, is on vacation or on sick leave, then somehow my reports don't work anymore because the option is missing or the information is missing. So I opt for CSV files here. Also mentioned fully normalized schema. If you're not familiar with the term, that means an application database. So a database behind an application, which is optimized for write operations, tries as much as possible to avoid any redundancy. So you end up with a lot of tables. So just to keep the information once, so the product group is not inside the product table, mentioned several times. So if one product group has several products, then the product group would be there, like the text would be there several times. In application database, you avoid this, right? To split up this table. So you have one table containing the product groups. Every product group is only mentioned one. But this means you have to join things. You have to understand the whole schema. And for already medium-sized applications, the schema is really hard to understand. So you might see some developers who only understand portions of this data model, right? So how can you then, as the domain expert, not the IT person, understand how you can join those tables, right? This is not an optimized schema for reporting. Header detail is also something like you have a put order header and a order detail table. Very common approach to split this information to two tables in application databases. For the Power BI senses or purposes, you would put it together and join those two tables together. And I just mentioned Data Vault. I'm not an expert in Data Vault, but I can remember when I did some research about Data Vault. I wanted to find out something about Data Vault. I can remember on their main page, it was like in bold letters, it was works also with Power BI. Yes, it works, as everything works with Power BI, but it's not optimized, right? You have to rework that. And I think in the meantime, they also have not only a Data Vault, but they also have like a BI Vault or something. I can't remember, as mentioned. This would be a better basis for Power BI. But still, Star Schema is the optimal thing here. So then I mentioned, take your weapon, right? Choose your weapon. Whatever you're familiar with, the tool you think is easy to learn for you, just pick this tool and stick to this tool and model everything. I would not change tools, right? I would not do some portions of modeling in the database in SQL and then read everything for Python and store in another table and then do the last bits in DAX. No, this is a no-go. I would choose one weapon and then stick to it. For today, I will choose Power Query because it's then like the most efficient to be in one tool, do everything and show you everything. That's why I will choose Power Query. And this is the point in time where I jump over to my demo machine. So is there any questions? Then please let Dennis know so he can forward the questions to me. And
there were a few comments. So Purna said, "Thank you for your hard work." Oh. I guess this was when we discussed about the book also.
Welcome.
And then we had a comment from Arthur that he said semantic models are brain of Power BI, and I can absolutely agree with this. I guess you do.
Exactly. Yeah. Perfect summary of my session, right?
Absolutely.
But if questions, I will interrupt you. Yeah, very good. So I will continue here with my demo. That means I start Power BI, and I'm not sure if you ever clicked on this use sample data today. I will show you what's behind that. So there's like a tutorial there. I'm not really very happy with the tutorial. So they do not all the steps I would do. So I just jump into here. So you can look it up, of course. But what this step does is like inside of Power BI Desktop, obviously there's an Excel file delivered with the product, and then I can choose from there, right? So if you ever imported something from Excel, this dialog should look familiar to you, and there's like a table inside the worksheet, and the worksheet both contain the same data. If they are the same, then I, of course, use the table area, because like this is the limited area. Anybody does comments right or left or whatever of the table, that would also be part of the sheet. And I only want this detail. So we have like a segment, the country. You see, like this is one white table, right? So I have a love-hate relationship with this with this example, because I love it because I can show you how bad a white table is, and I can show you what steps I would do and will do in order to make a star schema out of that. I hate it because I think, or I'm fear of, the people see this example and think, wait a moment, Power BI is delivered with an example, and this example is a white table. So obviously a white table is a good example, because why would Microsoft deliver an example which is not a good example, right? Which is not optimized for Power BI. And it isn't, right? There's a misunderstanding here. So usually every time I connect to Excel, I would transform the data, because I don't want to keep it like it is, right? So for this demo, I do one exception, or for my courses, to do one exception where I click on load. So I never would do this for production thing, because I need to rework this. I don't want to keep this white table. But here I do the load because I want to show you what's the baseline, right? So if I import this, we get now one table here, the financial table, and then we see again the columns in there, like the segment, the country, but as we have just previously seen, right? Financial, and that's it, right? So this is the example here. And this is what my baseline is, right? So previously seen DAX Studio in Peter's session. I also use DAX Studio for that, because it's a very cool tool for many purposes, and I use it for one special purpose, which is the advanced tab here, and I have this view metrics, right? In view metrics, I get an overview about how big this data model is, and I know this number is not very impressive, 5.3 megabytes. This is tiny, right? I mean, doesn't just contains 700 rows of data, and it's like 5.3 megabytes. One thing I get here, for example, is that there's like this weird, I only reported one table, right? Financials, but there's also a local date table and the detail temp, which compared to my actual data is small, right? But still, why would I keep that? So the first step would be to get rid of those tables, which DAX Studio or other external tools expose, but Power BI Desktop doesn't, right? If I jump back, there's no date table here. And the reason for that is because I have a date as a column of data type date or date time in your data model. If you have something like this, then Power BI will be so friendly building a date hierarchy for that. So you can then expand the date column, then you see this date hierarchy, and then you see these 4 columns. And this is a nice idea, but it's like not good to keep. One reason is because you cannot change the columns there, right? So if a year, a quarter, a month, a day, if you don't need the quarter, you can't get rid of it. If you need the month not only as a long text like January, or in different languages than your Power BI Desktop installment is, right? My installment is in English, so it allows like the column names and the content in English, right? We see like January and so on and so forth. If you need it, you can't change it, right? And it might take a lot of space in your data model, because it's looking up all your date tables, all your date columns, and then looking for what's like the oldest and the newest date there, and then we will build a date table covering all the years. So if you include a birthday, for example, birth date in your model, it will then model something, I don't know, beginning in the 30s, whatever, how old people in your organization, up to now, right? So like build something about 60 years, date table for 60 years. And you will never use it, right? Because you don't analytics on the employees over the years when they're born. So this is not really helpful. Or if you have like a system date where it tells you is valid from until, and in some data sources, it might mean endless, right? There's no limitation. So they pull in the last of December of year 9999. So then you get almost 10,000 of years. Like this would be a really huge table. So you want to get rid of this, right? It's very unflexible. It will increase the table size. And how can we do that, and why it's even building up? The thing is, there's this rule here where Power BI wants to 5 times 5. So 5 minutes to onboard you so that you like do your search engine, find Power BI, think, oh, this might be a good tool. Let's try it. You download it, install it, and then you load data into it. And then it only should take 5 seconds or again 5 minutes. I can't remember what's the time frame here is to impress you, right? And if they tell you, yeah, you need first to install create a date table, you'll say, oh, this is a weird tool. I don't understand why I need a date table, right? That's the audience goal for that. So that's why they have this in here. To please like people who don't know anything about Power BI. And you're not the audience, right? You already know something. I told you something. So please, please, please always turn this off. And for your own data models or your own installations, you can also go to the global section of the data load and also turn it off for new files. I have turned this on because I need to show the backdraft. So every time I create something, I have to turn it off again because I need for my data to show you the backdraft of that. But for your installation, I would strongly recommend please get rid of this date table. So if I do so, this date table is gone because but I don't have a date table, right? So we need to create one. And again, you could use Power Query, you could use SQL, maybe have an Excel list for the date table you need. Just because of simplicity, I want to show you how you can create this as a calculated table. I just told you that calculated tables like legacy, right? So there's only, you should not use it, but like for a date table, which is really tiny, 365 rows per year, like for 10 years, 4,000 rows, it doesn't really matter what kind of tool you're using. So I create this date table, and then I have this feature called Calendar Auto, which I use here just for the first step here. I will not keep it like that. And then it will look up again as this auto date time. It will look up what is the oldest and the newest date, and then create something from 1st of January of the oldest date year to the newest year and end of December, right? So if I scroll down here, you will see that there's like 2 years covered to the very end of this year, right? So that's what you got here. The backdraft is, again, if I load something like a birth date or whatever, then I get this huge date table and I'm not really in control over. So what I would recommend, not using Calendar Auto, but what I'm using is the calendar function, where I put in the start date, which would be, for example, 2013. Starting 2013, and IntelliSense is not very helpful here. 2014, and then the last of December, right? So the date table is exactly the same, but now I'm a control over it. Again, with the backdraft, if new data comes in, you see this is very old data, but maybe somehow we get also 2015 in there at some point in time, then I need to remember I have some DAX code there in this data model and change the DAX code. And this is what I don't like to do, right? I want to like take maybe the first week of January off. I do not want to go through all my models on 1st of January to look and change the definition of my data tables. This is what I'm not looking for. So what we can do here is I can look for, I want the min year of my date column. Date column. Come on, date column in my financials. This is very interesting. Let's keep looking up here. So financials. Again, I need the year of the min. Sometimes exchange this. Is it the case? The year of the min. Yeah, that looks better. And then I do the very same here for the max of the year, right? This works. Again, the result now is the very same. I get a date table for 2 years, but now this is flexible. If there's new data coming in or old data is not coming in anymore, then the date table will automatically adjust. And then I can start building, because this is not what I need, right? I need, for example, a year column. So I create a new column here again and ask for this, the year column, which would be then the year function applied on the date column in my table here. Again, I mean, you can do that, but that means if I now need the same data table in another data model and also want to build in DAX there, I have to copy first the definition of the table and then one definition per column. So I have to do a lot of copy and paste. Instead, what I would recommend here is not doing it like this. I delete this column again, delete from model. Yes, I'm sure what I'm doing here. And then in this definition, there's a function in DAX which calls add columns. So I can add columns throughout my definition of this DAX table. The first parameter is my table, the date table with all the dates, as we can see here. And the second parameter is then the name of the column. Again, go away. IntelliSense would be the year, right? And then I pass in the definition of the year in here. And then I can continue, right? So there's like always pairs. I do the month, which would be maybe the month, or let's call it the month number. That would be the month applied on the date. Maybe I want to keep this in my in here. So as we can see here, then I get the month number. I can add my month, which would be the format function, which is a really cool function. I can also have the date in here and then pass in, for example, I want to have everything like text January, right? As you can see down there, hopefully. Or I can have only 3 letters, that would be Jan, or 2 letters would be 01 and so on. And you can also have, I mean, with an international audience, if you do this for local user groups, I would pass in, I don't know, in any languages, my like Danish, yeah, I think this is Danish. Then it's not really working. Obviously, it's not the call. Yeah, I need. Let's put it in German. I know this works, right? There will be then Januar in German, but there's like an Austrian dialect of like an Austrian version of that. That would be then Jena. So that's what you can also use here to localize this data model. I will not do this because we have an international audience here, I guess, right, watching for this. And the last thing would be, I think that's it, right? I could also add a year, a quarter. I could add a week. You can add whatever you want here, right? And then most important, I need to connect those 2 columns, right? The date column in my, here we go, date here and date here. And then monitor 1, single direction, active relationship. Yes, that's what I'm looking for here, right? If I now jump back to DAX Studio and we do a new connection here, so we can compare things here. Again, the untitled database here. Now these local date tables are gone. I have my 2 date tables in here and in my few metrics. Yes, I want to see the metrics here. Okay, zooming out, going down to the summary, zooming in again. Now we have 210 kilobytes. So for some reason, this internal date table, like the 2 date tables were only like 80 plus 20 or 40 kilobytes, but the financial table itself was like 5 megabytes. But now it went down to only 210 kilobytes, right? So the table, the financial tables, because somehow this internal AutoExist, not AutoExist, this AutoDate table might occupy more space in your actual fact table. Again, of course, 5 megabytes is not impressive, 200 kilobytes is not impressive, but going down from 5 megabytes to 200 kilobytes, that might be impressive, right? Because it might be the same for like in other scales. Maybe your data model, instead of 5 gigabytes, it's not 200 megabytes, or 5 terabytes, 200 gigabytes. So this might be something, right? Just with introducing my own data table. And now I'm also flexible, right, as I pointed out. So this is a very good strongly recommended to build your own data table. And it's not hard, right? You can do it in DAX in a language. You'll find plenty of examples in different codes how to build this. So next thing would be that we still have like this one big table, the financial table. And if you look at this table, again, I did this to speed up everything, but this could be where you need to reserve some time in your projects, right? You need to find out what does COGS mean, right? Cost of goods. And then you talk to your report users and ask them, what are you doing with COGS? Is this something you're adding up? Can you do averages? Or is this something you would put as a filter on the axis of a bar chart, right? And cost of goods, usually they would say, yeah, this is something I add up, right? So this is something we have to put into a fact table. That's the term here. Some table where we do everything, put everything into one. We want to aggregate or count on, right? Most probably. The country, on contrary, the country is something which contains like, yeah, the country name, right? Germany, whatever. And then that's something you would put like on the axis of your bar chart, or like on the rows or columns of your pivot table, your matrix, right? Visual. So this is something you should not store together. This should be in your dimension table, would be the IT term for that. What I will use as terms is here, like I would put this into KPI table and the country into a filter table, right? And then you have to work through all your columns, right? This can be, maybe it looks easy, or hopefully it looks easy when I built this, but I sat down and analyzed what's in there. Just seeing like the sum here doesn't really mean that this is your fact, because sometimes you have like, also for like the date here, it was very, very smart here, but I think for the year, not sure, Sometimes I think they reworked something. Now this works showing me like the possible years. For some reason, only 2013. So I'm wondering what's happening here. Another thing you have to do in the date table, by the way, is if you put the month in here, it comes in a very weird order, right? April 1st and September last. And I think it's alphabetically ordered. So I have to jump back to the first step here. Now we can keep this, right? But what you need to do here is that you click on select this month and then tell the semantic model that yes, it's the month column, but if anybody sorts by month, by the name, right, they won't actually see it in the order of the month number, right? That's something you need to change here. And then we get the right order. And sometimes, I think recently they changed the behavior is also that you get the sigma here for the year. If you put the year into here, you see suddenly a bar chart because it's summing up things. So what you need to decide on is then you do not want to summarize up things. But I think they improved here. They recognize this is a date table now, and therefore they're not doing that. And the last step would be just to be on the safe side. There's a long explanation for that. But now there's this calendar options. Previously also only called mark as date table, and this is the only portion I want to show you. I click on mark as date table and then tell Power BI, this is my date table, right? And there's one column in there which is actually of data type date. Usually only have one. So this is an easy dialog to answer the questions here and save. So this is the 3 steps. Looking at like your numerical columns, turn off this summarization if it's not already done for you. Make sure that the sort order of the month or other names in there, or day names, for example, are right, and then mark is a date table. And for some reason, we get like, for me, it looks like a business card, but what should mean is that this is my date table, and this is the date column inside the date table. So I would expect like a calendar and not some picture of an anonymous person. Okay, so that's the steps here. And that means like if there's a sum, it doesn't really mean that's actually a fact. It could be like a key or something. Power BI would not know, a semantic model would not know anything about it. So they would just suggest, okay, it's an integer, let's sum it up, right? So you have to go through and really understand your data model. So I already did this, right? So I think I'm in control over that. So what I will finally do is now go to home and transform data. That's the thing we should have done as the first step. If you know things from Excel, please do so in here. And in Power Query, I would then go through my whole examples. For example, the column names, right? Lucky as I am, here the column names are already right. Maybe they're not, right? If it's a CSV file extracted from database, this might be very weird names, or like there would be blanks missing, or like instead of umlaut, you would like see very other things, right? Change it to names which are used in your reports. That's the important thing here. Because remember, we're building something to make the life easier for the report creator. We do not want the report creator, if they drag and drop something to the canvas, rename the columns every time, right? We want to have names which make sense for the reports, including blanks and special characters. I would also go through the data types. I think Peter showed you something about the differences in storage and so on. If there's a date time, you should split it into date and time and so on. This is okayish, right? There's also something in here with this 1 point dot, which means decimal number, which is internally stored as a floating point number. If it's enough for you that you have up to 4 decimal numbers, then always go to fixed decimal number. For some reason, they put a $sign here. I believe in Power Query Online or somewhere I've seen like they call it money or currency. Don't let you distract from that. It only means it's the storage is the compression storage is better for fixed decimal, but there's a limit for up to 4 decimals. If you don't need more than 4 decimals, always go for fixed decimals. If you need more than 4 decimals, go for decimal number, which is a floating point here. So I'm not changing this here because it's not too important here. And then I will tell the system I don't want to load this, right? I don't want to load the financial table. Yes, I already loaded something, so there's a data loss here. But I take this as a basis for my new tables. So I have this reference here, and now I will build my filter table because I will keep everything which is a filter in one table. If you read the books of Ralph Kimball, and if you're interested in Star Schema, you should read the books of Ralph Kimball. There's this Data Warehouse Toolkit 3rd edition. I think back in 2016 he published this, and then he retired. He disappeared from social media and everything. So I hope he is healthy and enjoying a very good and enjoyable retirement. So this might be outdated, like from the date it was published, but all the concepts in there are still valid. And he describes it. He's the inventor of the star schema, so to speak. Not sure if he really invented it, but he was the first writing books on it and really promoting and making this public that this is a good idea, right? And Power BI is built after those concepts, right? So you should have an understanding of this. So what I keep here is like I keep the segment, the country, the product, the discount band, and then I found out that like there's only one manufacturing price per product. So I could decide to store it together with the filters. So again, this is something you need to talk with your audience. If the manufacturing price, what if the manufacturing price changes over time, right? This is enough to then have like the most current price together with the product, or do you need to keep track of those prices? Then maybe you store it with the fact table. So there's no wrong or false answer here, but you have to be aware of that. Maybe it's a good idea to store it with the in the dimension table, maybe not, right? I decided to store it in the dimension table here, and I then tell it to remove the others. Then I go to my financial table, right click here, and also reference it again, and then build my KPI table. Right? The KPI table is everything except for these dimensions. But if I now remove the segment, the country, the product from this table, how do I know that like the units sold here, like the 921, are for Montana or Germany? So I need something. If I split up something, I need something to reference back. Right? One way would be to like make a composite key, or use this composite key to put everything together, right? So I have like one column then containing mid-market, some special characters Germany, some special characters Montana, and so on. But then I'm not really saving anything because I have still the whole text stored in my fact table, my KPI table, making it big, right? So what I opt for, and I think I changed my time several times. So maybe in the book I tell you have like one table per dimension. Now I changed my mind to put everything to the filter table, and also found out that it's better idea to have some surrogate key in here. That means a surrogate key. It just means that I add an index column in here. And before I did something wrong here. Before I can do that, I of course have to find my remove my duplicates, right? So I'm on a list of the filters only of the possible combinations, not duplicate combinations. Remove duplicates, and yes, insert. And then the next step would be to add this index column. That means that now any combination gets some number, right? There's no meaning. So if I start at 0 or 100 or -1, it doesn't really care. I usually would rename this to filter ID, because that's the naming I stick to. So underscore, because there's a special column I will not expose to my, there's a typo in there, I will not expose to my end users. This would be a hidden column. And as it's alphabetically ordered, those with underscores come on top of the list, so it's easy to find for me those internal columns and hide them. And filter is then the name of the table, right? And ID is because it's the ID. That's the simple thing here. And I can jump back to my KPI table, and in here I can then, under the home ribbon, can then merge my queries. So because I need this filter ID also in my KPI table. But if I put an index there, of course, this would be different indexes, right? Because it's just numbering all the rows from 0 to 700 in the case, right? So I merged the queries. In SQL, this would be a join. For some reason, they decided to call it merge in Power Query. And then I have the segment, for example, here. And when I select also the filter table here, I also have a segment there. And differently to the Power BI data model, where you only can like have a filter relationship on one single column, in Power Query, you have several. So I can call the control key on the keyboard and have then the country, the product, the discount band, and manufacturer, and the same here. And it's very important that you click in the same order. You see these indexes here, right? So 4, 4. If you mix this up, then Power Query try to like join the country with the discount band. This will go wrong, of course, right? So make sure if you control click that you make sure that you have the same order used there and there. Left outer join is what I'm looking for, because this means we keep everything in the KPI and then enrich it with information from the filter. So if there's a combination in there which cannot be found in the filter table, I still keep the row, but like the reference is then empty. In this case, this can't really happen because this is based on the same data, right? But left out is a good choice here. So click OK, and then I get my new column here, which is a whole table. So it's now referencing the whole, like the rows of the filter table, which are matching the combination of segment and so on and forth. And then I can just expand this, right? I don't need anything. I just need the filter ID, and I just call it underscore filter ID, not filter.filter ID. So that's why I don't want to use the original column name as a prefix. Clicking OK here. So I get the index in here. And as you can see, obviously, there were like 2 rows for the same combination of segment and country. Obviously, the difference was in a different month. And now I have this reference in there. Now I can get rid of those other columns, right? So if I choose columns in my KPI table, I can now decide I don't need the segment anymore because I can find the segment over the filter ID, right? I don't need the country, product, discount, and unit sold, manufacturing price anymore. Unit sold was a mistake. And while I'm at, I can also remove the month number, month name, and year from that because we have a date column, right? The date here is not only the date, but also the foreign key to my date table. So I can also get rid of these columns in my fact table. And the idea is to keep the fact tables, the KPI table, slim, because usually compared to the other tables, there's many rows in there. So every byte I'm saving in the fact table in the KPI table means I'm saving a lot in terms of size of my model, right? So saying OK, clicking choose and close and apply, we will see an error appearing at my date table. Why? Because in the date table, I'm referencing the date column of the financial table. The financial table is now gone, right? So I jump over here and rename this to KPI. Rename this also to KPI. And now we see this effect. I want to transfer it previously, right? So I'm not sure what they're doing now. Now that this the sigma again, right? This is what we do not want, right? So in the year, I need now to explicitly say do not summarize, and also for the column, click on the column, and then this default summarization within the column tools, right? There's this default summarization. I also say do not summarize the month number, right? Then this visual still keeps it like it is, but if I delete it and move it over again, I get a list of years available. For some reason, I'm not sure why I only see 2013. This is a new thing because I did this demo several times now. Let's see how this works in DAX Studio. So remember, the latest thing we had was like 210 gigabytes. Now we split up the relationship or split up the columns, made 2 columns out of that. And if I the date column, the filter, and the KPI, and a few metrics. Let's see if this gets smaller or bigger. So the summary says now it's 207, right? So that was not a huge win, but still, right? The star schema is better than having a wide table in there. And looking at the time, I've got like 5 minutes left, which is perfect to show you the last step I would do in this model. I would go further and look again at the KPI table and really ask my report users, what about the gross sales, right? Is this somehow calculated? What's the gross sales? And they will tell me, the gross sales, there's like the units sold times sales price. Okay, I can have a formula for that. Yes. Then I will decide to remove this column. So it's not stored and persisted in the data model, but I will exchange it for a DAX calculation, right? Before you do that, make sure, I'm just running out of time, right? But before that, make sure that you build a report with all the columns, right? Then create all the measures, build a report with the measures instead of the columns, and then really test everything that it's still the same thing, right? Because like also the domain experts could be wrong, that they remember it's like this, but somehow there's also a more different calculation there. So really make sure if you do that, because you take fully your responsibility that the data model is the right one. So before you do those steps, make sure that you really understand those complexities in there. So I will delete the gross sales. I will delete my the profit, and I will delete also the sales. So the sales is the gross sales minus the discounts. Delete that. I would also go further. Again, if I have time afterwards, I will show you how I exchange all those columns. I would hide those columns and make explicit measures after that. This is the best practice here. But just again, for the sake of time, I officially I will now have my gross sales, and gross sales is then I need to multiply, right? So I have to use this SUMX function where I iterate over the KPI table, and then tell it I've got my units sold, right? Units sold times the sale price. Sale price, right? Then I will add another one, right? I have now another measure, which is the sales, and the sales would be my gross sales, which I just calculated, minus the discounts, right? I don't have a measure yet, so I have to provide this discount, the discounts, not discount band, the sum formula here. And the last step would be the profit. Again, I double check this, what I'm showing here, but in the real world, I would not be as fast, right? I have to talk, I have to test. So don't get me wrong here. Just exchanging random columns with random DAX measures would not be a good idea, of course. So this would be then the sales minus the sum of cost of goods. Right. So now I have the same information, right? We did not lose anything. That's the important point, right? But we went down from 5 megabyte by giving it the date column, splitting the white table into at least one dimension filter table and one fact KPI table. So if you ask me, you need at least 3 tables in a data model. So it could be a star schema, right? If it's less than, it's definitely not a star schema. You need a date table for I'm quite convinced of that. And then you need a filter table, at least one filter table. Again, jumping over here and like seeing how this is doing. So like the number of tables did not change. And now we're getting this down to 149, right? From 5 megabytes now to 149. Just by exchanging redundant columns. People ask me then, yeah, but isn't this DAX measure slower than just summing up the value? Yes, you're right. Summing up one column instead of like doing a multiplication and summing up the result of the application. Of course, this is physics, takes longer, but you should not underestimate how powerful and fast this Vertipack engine, so the database behind Power BI is. This is not an Excel worksheet. This is a full database in there. And I also like the 1 minute lost left, right? So I can pull out the task manager and then show you Power BI desktop. And if you take a look there, this sometimes surprises people. Like what you see here is inside of Power BI desktop, right? There's a task telling you this is, where is it? Here it is. This is SQL Server Analysis Services. So this is a full server application running inside of Power BI. So this is not just randomly stored in memory, but this is compressed. This is a highly optimized query engine, and that's what you're using here. So the first goal would be to like doing those calculations as DAX measures. If I later find out, oh, there's some performance issues, maybe I'm coming back to this and then decide to maybe persist some portions of the calculations, which means that the model size increases, the refresh will take longer, but in order the reports will be faster. So there's always there's no free lunch, so to speak. So either the refresh takes longer or the reports take longer, and you can exchange those things in certain extent. So with that said, there would be many more things I would do with this data model to improve things, but I'm getting now back to my slides. Try to finish in time. At least this applies to me. You have to let it all go, Neo. Fear, doubt, disbelief, in your mind, because I came like in my education when I was 17 years old. I learned about databases. I learned about normalized schemas, removing redundancy. And sometimes I've seen like models like this, a star schema, and there's a lot of redundancy in there. So what I would do is like splitting like the segment into a separate table and the counter in a separate table. But you don't need. So you need to like maybe let go what you have learned about relational databases for applications, or what you have learned and what you always did in Excel. This is good for those tools, but Power BI is a different tool here. This is what this means. So if you use a star schema, of course, your ad hoc model would not be Envy, but like visuals and DAX would be just easier, right? So make yourself a better life and make your end users, the report users, a better life. So with that said, welcome to the Guardians of the star schema. Now you're part of this group. Back to Dennis.
Thank you very much, Markus. Really nice introduction. I really like the session. And I also like the slide that you added a few funny memes. There was one more comment. I don't see any more questions. If you want to put one question or questions, now is your time frame. We have still a few more minutes. So drop the questions now in the chat if you like. And Lukas said, hey Arthur, danke für den Input. Viele Grüße aus Köln. Just to remind everyone, Arthur summarized it with semantic models are brain of Power BI. And I think, Markus, you would agree with this.
Yeah, that's like a perfect summary of the whole session, right? That's what you need to remember.
Perfect. Then otherwise, I don't see any more questions. We have 6-7 more minutes left. So if you want to, I don't know, add something, 1-2 more minutes, you feel free. Otherwise, we can also wrap up and give a little more time to Valerie. She will be the next speaker.
Let's get Valerie on stage. We can also chat with her, right? Let's prepare her.
Perfect. Then thank you so much, Markus. Really great sessions. And thank you for taking the time and joining us today on a Saturday morning. And for everyone else, the next will be Valerie.
Thanks for me. Goedemorgen.
Goedemorgen.
That's the only Dutch I know, right?
I just wanted to say, wrong, but I didn't know you're also fluent in Dutch, Markus.
No, I'm not. It's just, and I say it all day long, right? It means good morning, of course, but I say it all day long, and it's the only thing I can remember.
I know also a little Dutch, but I don't think I want to show off here.
That would be a completely different session, right?
Yeah. Also, Mark Lilifeld taught me a little bit, so I don't think I can show this stuff here.
So you should say, do some sessions like after 10 o'clock in the evening, right? So then we could talk.
Probably, yes. Censored ones.
Okay. Yeah. Have a good session.
All right.
Enjoy
Thank you, Markus. Thank you so much, and wish you a great Saturday.
Yeah, you as well.
Thanks. So welcome, Valerie. How are you doing?
I'm fine. It's very early. I mean, it's almost 11, but for Saturday, it feels very early, doesn't it?
It is. We started at 9, actually. So, yes.
Wow.
So, to begin, log in, get the stuff ready. We were meeting a little earlier, so I still got up at 8. What is totally fine on a working day. But let's say for a Saturday, I would not have been sad if I could have slept a little longer, but that's totally fine.
Yeah, but now you can see all these sessions. I mean,
yeah, actually, so far we had really good ones. Also, I'm a little lucky. I got now room 4 where we have a lot of Power BI. As you know, I'm also doing Power BI. Yeah. Well, now Markus did a great session. In the morning we had Peter. He did also an amazing session about data modeling. So now we move a little more towards the front end.
Yes.
So I'm happy we're mixing these things now.
Yeah, but the data modeling is super important. It's like you need to have a good data model, and then you can visualize it and make it look really good and action driven and these kind of things. But all these all these data models, they're so important. So it's good that we have them on the same track.
Totally, I agree. But what, from real life, also many times companies then forget, or, they save a little money by, at the end, you do so much work in the data model. And then many times they just say, now click a few things together and we have a report. And I think this is really sad, because this is then the things that the clients see.
Yeah.
And this is the thing where you get the value out. So this is especially the part where you should pay attention and take some professional advice, like your session now.
Yeah, it's the part that sells, I think, because people don't buy data models because that's not sexy, but they buy these really nice reports that help them in the end. So
yeah,
let's
totally agree.
Do that.
Sure. We have a few comments also. Arthur also said he had to wake up earlier than on working days. Arthur, I really appreciate that you still joined, although you had to wake up earlier. So happy to have you here. And then Shanab also added, I wish you would record these. I'm not sure what you're referring exactly to.
Aren't they recorded? I thought they will be available afterwards. But
the session will be recorded, but maybe you can clarify if you meant the session that will be recorded. It will be available as far as I know. If you meant anything else, just let us know. And Valerie, have you been at the FabCon?
No, it's one of the. I've been to almost all the conferences except FabCon.
Yeah, I thought actually, then I was wrong. I thought I've seen that you've been there, but in this case, I was also not. So I thought.
I was in the keynote. There was a video of me in the keynote. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So I was there in video, not in person.
You were there, but you were not there.
Yeah. And everyone sent me the picture of the keynote, and I was like, that's so nice.
What video was it that was there? When you were there, was it like pre-recorded or from an interview or something? Or
yeah, it was pre-recorded. It was for the 10th birthday of Power BI. I recorded a short video about why I like Power BI and how it adds value.
Yeah, cool. And you were selected to be shown at FabCon. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's really nice. And do you have any other conferences planned except for the Data Bash, of course?
Yes, next week and the week after it will be very busy because there's in the Netherlands and Belgium, we have next week, I think, PaaS Summit and Data Saturday Holland. And then the week after, there's Data Mines in Belgium.
Oh, yeah, cool.
So there will be a lot of traveling.
Going on.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm a little jealous. Data Mines, especially. I mean, I've never been at the Dutch one. Oh, I think I was gone now.
You were frozen for. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I think I was frozen. At least for me, everything was frozen. I just wanted to say they're really great conferences. Data Mines, I was last year first time, but I really, really liked it.
Yes.
Really nice conference.
Yes.
And I guess also the ones in the Netherlands, they're usually also really amazing.
Yes, and they're actually in the city where I live. So I go there by bicycle.
Cool. You have a home game, so not much traveling.
Yes, that's the best. Like to all these conferences, I have to fly there.
Yeah.
And now next week and the week after, I can just go by bicycle or by train, and that's so much nicer.
No, absolutely. Very nice. Makes it a lot easier than when you have to plan ahead and then you lose all the time traveling and time at the airport and so on.
Yes.
All right. I don't want to take more of your time. It's 11 now, so Central European time. So I would give you the stage and let me know if you share any screen or something. I don't see it yet.
I will click share screen.
That sounds absolutely right.
There we have my screen.
Yeah, perfect. All right, then officially again, welcome to the Data Bash, and I'm looking forward for your presentations. I will monitor the chat. If there are any questions, do you want me to interrupt you very rude right when the questions appear, or do you want to answer them at the end?
Let's do them at the end. I will.
Okay, then I will
have some time left. Yes.
Perfect. All right, then good luck, and I will let you know at the end all of the questions.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you everyone that's joining for this session. Get creative with Power BI, make these core visuals shine. This is actually a session, I haven't presented it a lot, but it's one of my favorites because it's all about creating this perfect visual for your end user without paying anything, just using the stuff you can find in Power BI. And I came up with this session for this reason. This is something that happened in the past a lot to me and coworkers. Like you spend hours building a report, and I say hours here, but it could be weeks or months, and you spend all this time in creating a report, and you think, this is the report, this is perfect. This is exactly what my end user asked for. The project will be fantastic now. We can do all the stuff we wanted to do, and then no one uses it. And that's horrible. Like, you created something and no one is using it. And I don't like that feeling. I don't think anyone likes that feeling. And one of the reasons why people don't use reports, of course, is data quality. And that's why all these sessions before the session were so important. Like, when your data model and your data quality isn't good, you can visualize whatever you want. People won't use it if the data isn't correct. But if the data is good, your data model is good, all the results or the data shows the things it should show, it would be a real shame if people don't use your report because they don't understand the visuals or they don't understand, well, what they're looking at. So I want to create always something for my end user that works for them. And that's why I created this session. A little bit about myself. That's me, Valerie. Funniest last name out there, but very easy to find on social media. So this is a huge advantage. I always wanted to change my last name when I grew up because I really hated it. And now that I do my own marketing and stuff, I'm like, this last name is perfect. I work at Wortel, which is a Dutch consultancy, and I'm all about data visualization, storytelling, change management, these kind of things. So helping people to make sense of the data, making the data matter. I have a YouTube channel. It's PorcuBI. I also have a website, and everything I show you today, I have tutorials on my website and on YouTube. So if you see anything and you think, I would love to learn how to do that, but this was a little bit too fast, make sure to have a look there. I'm also a Microsoft Data Platform MVP for the 3rd year now, which is awesome. So let's get started with the real stuff. Why do we focus or should focus on visuals? And I put the core in brackets here because the first question I want to answer is actually, why should we actually focus on visuals? And there's a really simple answer. Visuals can simplify complex data. Creating a visual that really shows your end user in 2 or 3 seconds what they are looking for is really, really valuable. Instead of them going through all kinds of tables or these kind of things and filter and go to different pages and get out all the information themselves. If we can create something that really helps the end user to take action, to see what they need for their next meeting, for their call, these kind of things, that's super valuable. And I want to improve decision-making for my end user. And I know that sounds a little strange maybe, but sometimes a good basic visual can make it much easier to take decisions during a meeting than very complex data or a table or these kind of things, because then people focus on 20 things at the same time and not the thing they want to focus on. But being able to visualize in a way that really makes sense for the end user and lets them take decisions very easily is super important. And then why I focus on the core visuals, well, they're already there. There are no additional costs. You have Power BI, all these visuals are in there. And I know there are so many visuals that you can download and there are licenses. And I don't say that these visuals are bad. They're not. They all have a purpose. But I always try to work with the visuals that are there in Power BI and try, what can I do? What actions can I take to make this visual even better? Because it's there. And it's, I think, easier for my end user if they don't have too many not core visuals in there. And the thing is, when I talk about core visuals with a lot of people, they think I mean reports like this. This is like your typical drag and drop report that management does when they tell you there's no budget for Power BI. I can do this myself and start to drag and drop stuff. And this is the standard color scheme that Power BI provides. And we see some card visuals, we see some line charts, column charts, a table. And the thing is, these are all core visuals, of course. And the data, this is demo data, but I know the data is showing exactly what it should show. But the way it is put on this report, of course, doesn't work for anyone. And now people often tell me, you make these reports look bad on purpose, because then you show a different report and everything looks fine. But to be honest, reports like this, I see a lot. Not just on dashboard challenges on LinkedIn, but also when I'm at my client, or when other people show me what they're creating. And it's not that people try to make their report look bad on purpose, but often they just have no idea how to make it look better. And essentially, this is giving you all the information you need. But if you could just tweak it a little bit and change the visuals a little bit, this report could look like this. And I'm not saying that this is the prettiest report ever. Please, this is a very green report if we're looking at it. But this is meant to show you, I'm showing exactly the same information as in the slide before, but it's just arranged in a different way, visualized in a different way. Some DAX tweaks, some error bars, these kind of things, which makes the data look very differently, much easier to look at, actually. And of course, and that's why I said this isn't the best report ever, this only works if this is what your end user needs. Because I can add all kinds of visual tricks there, like some conditional formatting, some error bars, some colors. But if it isn't helpful for my end user, it will not be beneficial. But this is just to show you, you can have actually the same data, and just by making some changes, it can look very differently. But the thing is, design, and that's what this is all about when we're talking about making these core visuals shine, it requires time. That's very unfortunate because this is something often the business doesn't understand. Why this takes so much time? Because, and this is something I hear a lot, you have so much experience, you can do this in a few clicks. And I think I have a lot of experience, I know how to do all these things, but to create something that truly works for you, even I need some time, I need some information. I need to know what you're looking for to create something that you need. And also, it depends on the audience. Like I said before, this could work for one user or one audience, one group, but maybe this is completely useless for another group that looks at this report. So we need to get to know them. And the only thing to get to know them is investing time and getting to know them, because otherwise you're just making assumptions. And when we're talking about design, there's a thin line between too much and too little. And I see this a lot with conditional formatting. When people get started with conditional formatting and they find out that they can color about anything in Power BI, they're going to do that. So then you have like alerts everywhere. And what happens when you have alerts everywhere? It's like having alerts nowhere, because if everything is like the highest priority, nothing is the highest priority. We all know that. And that is tricky, also because design is very personal, of course. What's important is consistency, which means, for example, if I create my report in a certain style, a visual in a certain style, or I use certain colors, I do this in all my reports. So if, for example, one of my clients has 10 reports that I created, all 10 of them will have a similar look and feel. Maybe the layout is different. Maybe there are different visuals in there, but the look and feel is the same. So the filter pane is always at the same spot. If there's a drill through possibility, they will know there's a drill through possibility. These kind of things, just making it very easy to look at. I don't want my user to open a report and first spending like 2-3 minutes to get to know where they can actually do stuff. Talking about design, there's no innovation and creativity without failure. And this is not just about design, by the way. The only way to get better at stuff is doing it. You will not become an expert in anything just by reading about it or watching videos about it. You will need to do it. And then it will go wrong. Like, I could show you all the Power BI reports I created years ago, and I was super proud. These were the best reports ever. And now when I look at them, I think, well, that's very questionable what I created there. Like hundreds of bookmarks, conditional formatting everywhere. But back then, I tried all this stuff and I thought, I just wanted to see how it works. And back then it made sense. Now I learned. During the years, you will always learn. And I realized some stuff like, don't do conditional formatting everywhere just because you can. And then I tried again and created new reports. And that's how I grew in my journey. Because it will go wrong at some point, but you can learn from that. And I know especially design and report design is very scary because it's not only that we create these reports for us. In the end, we are not creating these reports for us. We create them for someone else. And it can be very tough to create something and realize that the person that you created it for really doesn't like it. It's a tough feeling. But then if you create something and the other person doesn't like it, you can always ask why and how could I improve? And that's where the learning starts. So that's very important to know. And I know that a lot of people don't do report design or report creation. They say, I only do the back end because of that, because they are afraid that the end user will not like it. And the reality is, the more reports you create, the higher the chance gets that the end user doesn't like it. There will be someone who doesn't like what you're doing. But you need to try stuff to actually learn. I want to show you an example of this learning process. This is a heat map that I created, and this is actually a matrix visual. And I use conditional formatting to color the background and the font of the values, so it looks like this heat map. This is an example I use in a lot of my conditional formatting training sessions, where I just show people how you can design in Power BI and all these things that are possible. And part of my training sessions, they're always 2 days, is I show them this at the first day, and then I give them the homework. So we see each other next week again. Here, have a look at this and try it yourself. You have some demo data, and I want to see what you come back with. And I want to show you one example someone had in the second week. And this is not the real example, I recreated it, but it's very close to what I saw in the second week. This is this. And I mean, this is also a heat map. It's very heated. It's also very artsy. I have no clue what I'm looking at. I mean, this is a lot. And this is a very good example how conditional formatting can go kind of wrong, because this is not really guiding your end user. And I think this is important because, of course, you could say, oh, this is horrible, but you could also ask, why does this look like this? Why did you create this? And when I asked my workshop participant, why did you color it like this? I got the answer, yeah, but because it's demo data. And I didn't know what my end user was looking for because it's demo data, it's not real. So I don't know what to color. And this makes so much sense because this applies to everything when you work with your end user. When you don't know what they're looking for, you don't know how to apply all these tips and tricks and conditional formatting and all these things, because when you don't know what they're looking for, you can't guide them. And then it looks like this. And this is just an example of a heat map, but I've seen reports that were all over the place. And the people creating them had the best intentions, but they just did not know what the end user was looking for. And it was such a good example to do this and also ask the question, why did you do this? Because we could have the discussion. Okay, so you need to know your end user to be able to create something for them. And that's the learning. And you see, it's super valuable, even if the result of this visual isn't, well, what I hope for. If you wonder, what did I hope for? Something like this. Like really guiding. But then again, this was with an idea I had in my mind how the result should look like. And of course, this demo data, I also don't know the end user. They could look for something completely different, and then the result would look completely different. And I think this is super important. It's not about coloring, and we could see that in this heat map. It's not about just adding as much color or effects as possible. It's, in the end, we are creating these reports for our audience. So we need to know who they are. I can only create these shiny visuals when I know who I'm creating them for and what they are looking for. And also what their experience level is. And this is super important because, and I see this a lot, the more experience you as a developer get in Power BI, the more things you are able to do. I can do about anything I want to do in Power BI. But that doesn't mean that my end user understands it. I can use all kinds of drill-through pages and bookmarks and buttons and stuff. But if my user or my end user is used to, for example, Excel-like reports, and I give them a report where you can change everything and everything is interactive, they get lost. If they're used to looking at tables, and I give them these visuals where you can click on these arrows to drill down and drill up, first of all, they will forget. And they will also get lost because often the drill down works, but then they have no clue how to drill up again because different arrow. This is very tricky. So just because we know how to do stuff, it doesn't mean that our end user knows how to do stuff and also how to interpret stuff. A lot of these really, really nice looking visuals use, for example, a lot of color, and I also saw a lot of clean visuals. Most end users really struggle interpreting them. So we need to know what's their experience level. Have they worked with these visuals before? And of course, how much detail is needed. Because, for example, a line chart with like 3 lines in it is kind of okay to look at. A line chart with 50 lines in it, very hard to look at, very tough to make that fancy. So we really need to know what are they actually looking for, how much detail is really needed. And if you wonder, how can I ask that? Don't ask how much detail do you need, because your end user will tell you everything. They always want to see everything. So what I ask them is, what are you going to do with this report? Are you going to use this for like a weekly meeting, a monthly meeting, or this visual? What are you going to do with this visual? Are you making a screenshot? Very important, because then don't make it dynamic. Are you doing it, putting it in a PowerPoint? What are you going to do with it? Because then I get an idea how much detail they actually need. And that's also the last point here. What actions do they really want to take? What are they going to do with your visual or your report itself? Super important, because when you know the actions that they want to take, you can use that information and, well, work on the visual and make the visual look in a way that supports the end user to take these actions. If you don't know the actions, you can't create a visual that guides the end user. So I want to show you some visuals and how we can improve them. And I think the most core visual of the core visuals is the table. Like, we all know the table. All our end users know the table. This is the ultimate, can I export this to Excel table that everyone asks for. But just because it's a table, it does not need to look like this. And I mean, this is a very small table, to be honest. If I look at how real tables and real reports look like, of course, you can scroll like forever. You have 50 columns, very tough to read. But I thought for this example, we will use a small table. And when I got started with business intelligence and Power BI, I was not a big fan of tables because, first of all, I wanted to visualize data. So the table is like the opposite, or it felt like the opposite of visualizing data. But also, I always felt like, why am I even doing all this work if you're going to export it to Excel? So I even told some of my clients, like, really, when I got started as a junior consultant, that it's not possible to do this, just to prevent them using these tables. Nowadays, I have a different view on tables, because tables can be very valuable to show complex information. Nowadays, I understand why people want to have a table to check all kinds of stuff, because they don't trust their data, and I totally get that. However, I think just because we have a table like this, it doesn't need to look like this table. We can improve this and make it easier to read. So maybe the end user doesn't need to export it to Excel, but can use this table in Power BI, which gets them already one step closer to Power BI. So what can we do with tables? The first thing that pops up when people talk about tables and improving them is icons. Because icons, they should improve readability, because when you add an icon, you should easily see what's going on, and they should guide the attention. Now, the thing is, they also should support decision making. So this sounds good: improve readability, guide attention, support decision making. That's what I would sign up for. And then I often see tables that look like this. And now I only put the icons in one column. I've seen tables that had icons in every column. That was very colorful, very much not guiding the attention anywhere anymore. So this really is not what I mean with improving readability and guiding attention, because this is very distracting. And now we are just looking at 12 icons. Imagine looking at 200 of these. Also because they do not really tell you, like, what's the distance. The format is different, like the red and green arrows, they have the same size, and orange kind of has different shape suddenly. So this is very distracting. When I look at this table, I only look at these icons. They are very distracting from what I really want to look for. So one thing to improve this is to, for example, be a little bit more cautious with these icons. Where do they actually make sense? Do we really need to see if it's positive or neutral? Or are we actually more, well, interested in when we are not performing as expected in this case? So using these icons just for this one reason. And when you do this in conditional formatting, it's very easy because you say, I want it rule-based, and then you write down the rule you want and just add that one icon. Nobody forces you to add all the other icons. And I know if you click on conditional formatting in Power BI and you say icons, Power BI, I think, gives you the 3 options with the arrow down, the orange one, and the arrow up. And a lot of people think, oh, then I have to use that. But you see in the rule line here at the right, you see the little X. You can remove rules. So it's totally fine to just use one rule to highlight the most important information. It makes it so much easier to look at stuff. Then font color. You see in that sales year-on-year column, I colored everything that's not relevant gray. Now, I put on the slides, this improves readability and guides attention. True, it improves readability and guides attention to the things that are written in black. The gray ones are very tough to read, and I know some of my end users don't like that. Because they say, well, if it's not important to me, don't show it at all. I mean, that's also possible. But this can be helpful to guide the attention. And how do you do that? Well, same as for the icons, you can say, I want conditional formatting for the font color. And you could say that everything that you don't want to see needs to be gray. And all the other things need to be black. And of course, you need to be very sure what that is. You can't just apply this and then hope that you found the right solution for your end user. You can do this for all columns. And if you wonder, is there a fast way to do this? No, you will need to do this for every column. And if you have 50 columns, have fun with that. Personally, I think doing this for all rows that are not important can be helpful to just guide the attention on everything that is really important. Accessibility wise, this of course is horrible because the gray that I choose, the contrast isn't high enough. And this is also the reason why I don't do this like this for my clients. What I do when I use conditional formatting is I add a conditional formatting button, which means I provide options for my end user. So this button, actually, if my user click on it, on the conditional formatting, there will be the conditional formatting. If they click on no formatting, they will just see the table, how it looked like before. So the very basic table, which means that my end user can just choose how they want to see this, which also means that for the user that want to see all the values in black in this case, they just click on no formatting and they get all the information they need. So this is providing options, and I can show you this side by side. Here I applied the conditional formatting button. It's related to the font color, so you still see the icons, but you can see the before and after, depending on what they're clicking. The font color will be gray or black. And I will quickly show you on a slide how that works. Again, if this is going too fast and you think, I would like to learn about this, I have videos and articles about this that get you through this step by step. Because what you're essentially doing is creating a table. So yes, you're creating an additional table that has 2 columns. And the first is like option 1 or 0 and a description. Conditional formatting, no formatting. This is this is the description I also have on my button. And then I add a button slicer where I put in my description, conditional formatting, no formatting. And when you have this button slicer and you add the description in there, nothing will happen because there's no relationship to your data yet. So you will need to create a DAX measure. In this case, I have a DAX measure that says if the conditional formatting option is 1, so someone has clicked on my button and clicked on conditional formatting, then this will be 1. And for example, the sales, in this case, sales year-on-year is bigger than 0. I want a certain font color to be used, and otherwise I want black as a font color. So you create this measure. And then I put this in the conditional formatting of my font color in my table. And instead of rule-based, I choose field value. And the field value actually is the measure that we created. If you've never done this before, this can look very confusing. I promise you, after you've done this once, you will get how this works. And by doing this, you actually link the DAX measure to your button. And every time someone clicks on it, the column in the table will change its formatting. So you will get this effect. And yes, that's a workaround that you need to create a DAX measure to do all of this and a separate table. But it's a workaround that works pretty well, I have to admit. So some other options, in case you don't want to do this, there are of course other options to make your tables more readable. One of them is the data bars. Also conditional formatting option. Please don't use them on all your columns. I think one of the main things to know is if you have a table and it has 50 columns, choose the one that's most important, that's answering the question, and do the conditional formatting there. Don't do it for everything you can find. Data bars, for my end users, they often work better because instead of an arrow up or arrow down, you actually see the distance from, for example, a goal, which makes it easier to see what's going on. Sometimes the best and worst ones and an icon can work very well. I used this a lot in the past. This one's a little bit tricky because these stars, not every client likes to put stars in their report, but there are other icons you could use. And of course, and this is, to be honest, still one of the most used things by my clients, it's conditional formatting of the background color. But instead of choosing a gradient, I really say I want to color, in this case, the highest and lowest value. And of course, that's very dependent on your end user's question. So in this case, this is the information they want to see. So that's the information we're coloring. If you wonder how to just color the highest and lowest value, you go to conditional formatting, rules, and then you say, if the value is 100%, I want one icon. If the value is 0%, I want the other icon. And Power BI automatically matches this to the highest and lowest value. 100% is your highest value in your data. 0% is your lowest data in your value. If you have two values with the same value, you will get 2 times the same icon. So that's important to know. Because of course, Power BI doesn't know which one. If 2 items have the same value, it doesn't know which one is actually the preferred one. So this one is an easy way to get the highest and lowest value. And in this example, I do this with the star icon. You can also do this with background color. It works all the time. 100% highest value, 0% lowest value. Then going away from the tables, I know tables aren't the most attractive thing to look at. Let's go into more the visual side of Power BI, column charts and visualizing targets. Visualizing targets can be tricky. This is how I see that people visualize targets most of the time. A column chart or a bar chart, depending on how they want it, they want to look at it. And then they just put in the current value and the target next to each other. And to be fair, that makes a lot of sense if you just look at 1 month. Like if I only look at May, I see we performed above target. But if I look at this visual from a distance, I see 12 months and it's very tough to see what's going on. So there are several ways how to improve this. One thing I actually do a lot, also because clients really like how this works, is instead of having 2 columns next to each other, I use clustered columns where I say everything that is gray is below the target, everything that is green, and please, you can choose any color here as long as it has enough contrast from your base color. Everything that is green in this example is above target, and we also have a target line. So we know when there is no green, in this case, the target was not hit. And why this is so valuable is that you still see all the information, and it makes it really easy when you look at this visual to see the month where the target actually was hit. It's less clutter in there. And this is actually also very basic DAX. So instead of having my column target and sales, I have actually one measure that says what is the value below the target and what is the value above the target. And I also have videos and articles about this if you're interested to really get into detail. This works very nice for this visual. However, you need to watch out because I have the total values in my visual. You can see them on top of these columns. But if your end user hovers with their mouse over these visuals, they see value below target, value above target. It is also in the tooltips if you keep them activated. So that's something important to know. And nowadays, you also have in Power BI the overlap function, which means you can have 2 columns, your 2 base columns, and just let them overlap a little bit. This can also be very handy. So it's just different approaches that you can use. Another approach that I use now and then are actually error bars. And to be fair, if I say it's easy to see if the target was hit or not, that's not entirely the case with this. I still really have to look if the target was hit or not and which month the error bars are actually in my visual. But this is an easier way to visualize this information. And some of my clients really like to use these error bars because then you don't have this line going through your visual, but you have an error bar actually showing you what the target would be. If you wonder how does that work, you have your column chart in this case, and then you have error bars. And there's a little tricky thing. You need to enable them. So in my screenshot at the left, you see enabled on. This is standard off, and you can put in all kind of information. And Power BI lets you do that, and just it doesn't show anything until the moment you click enabled on. So I struggled like half an hour when I first tried this because I was like, are my measures wrong? Am I doing the wrong things? Why am I not seeing anything? I just had enabled still put on off. So you need to put it on. And what I do here is I use the same value for upper and lower bound. in this case, our target was the sales last year. This could, of course, be anything you want to be the target. And when you put the same value in the upper and lower bound, and then, for example, say I want to see a bar that looks like the screenshot at the bottom right, you get this result. So that's a little workaround to get these target lines using error bars. So, of course, we all want to take actions with our visuals. And to take action, your end user need to know what they see and what's important. Because if you just show everything in the same color, the same layout, everything's the same, how do they know what's important? So we need to highlight things for them. And highlight we can, of course, just basically do by using different colors and, again, conditional formatting. Here we have a column chart, and there's nothing really wrong with this. This is a perfect column chart going from January to December, starting at 0. I mean, a little hard to read what the values are. The thing is, while this is fine, it's really hard to see what is the best and the worst month. I mean, the best month is easy to see, it's November. But then worst months, I have to really check, is it February, April? Okay, February takes me some time. I don't want my end user to take so much time to find stuff. I want them to actually just look at it and see, this is the information I need. So we could create this like this. Again, I'm visualizing, or I'm using conditional formatting here for the highest and lowest value. This only works if this is what your end user needs to see. And I hope this makes sense to everyone. Don't just randomly start to color highest and lowest value in your visuals, because if this is not what your end user needs, if this information is not relevant to them, it will distract them actually from the stuff that they need. Maybe they want to see the top 3 months, or the top or the bottom 3, or the months that have this most difference from last year. These kind of things. You really, really, really have to talk to your end user, get to know them, and get to know what action they want to take to be able to visualize it. Once you know that, you can visualize and highlight almost anything. In this case, if you wonder, how do I get everything like this, that you have the light gray, the red, and the green, it's rule-based conditional formatting, where I say if a value is above or 0% or smaller than or 100%, it needs to be gray. This basically means everything's gray, because I explained previously, if 0% is your lowest value in your visual, 100% is your highest value in your visual. So this first rule makes everything gray. Then I add another rule where I say if it's 0%, so the lowest value, it should be red. If it's 100%, it should be green. Because they are at the second and third place, they will overrule the first row. And I think that's something someone should have told me earlier, because I was doing very complicated stuff based on measures before I found out that I can just tell Power BI everything, make everything gray or any other color you want to use, and then just add the conditions that you want to highlight after that, because they will overrule the first statement. And you can apply this not only to the column chart, but also to a bar chart, to a table, and even to a line chart. The line chart is a little bit tricky, because if you open a line chart in Power BI and you go to the line, to these dots, the markers, Power BI does not let you choose conditional formatting there. It says you need to choose one color. So here's a workaround. First, you create a column chart with all the conditional formatting you want, like the one I have at the top left. Then you click on your visual and then you say, I want this column chart to be a line chart. And Power BI will actually take the conditional formatting that you applied to your column chart and will put it in the markers of the line chart. So that's a little workaround. And I know you may wonder, why is this not possible in Power BI? And like how we normally do that, I don't know, but I know how to make it work. And sometimes that's even more important. So because these markers or line charts, my clients really love them. So you can apply this to all your visuals, all visuals that support conditional formatting. You can create these rules to make it work. What's important, whatever you do with your visuals, is don't let the user guess. Please don't. It's not a treasure hunt. This report is not a treasure hunt. Don't let them guess what they can do. Here we have a table, monthly sales overview. And here it says to view the full table, select the month and click on the button. And now you wonder, what button? So I show you this. You can actually create drill through button. I didn't know that until half a year ago. And I worked with Power BI for many, many years now. Up until this time, I had these little arrows and they were pointing on my tables and said, if you do right click, you can actually go and have a drill through to a detailed page. But you actually have the option in Power BI to use a drill through button and actually put some instructions in there. So your user knows what they need to do. In this case, in our second screenshot, we see the button is gray, and you can format this the way that works best for your end user. In this case, it says click on a month and this button to drill through. So once your user clicks on a month, for example, October in the third screenshot, the button gets a different color and they can actually click on it. So no right click, they can really just click on the button with their mouse and they go to the drill through page. This also means if there is no button, there's no drill through page. And this is so important. You need to be consistent with these things. And my end users, they all know if there's no button, there's no drill through page. If there is no subtitle that specifies I can do something special with this visual, I can't do anything special with this visual. If there's no filter at the top, there's no other filter in this report that I could click on. This makes it very, very predictable what your end user can actually do. And I think this ultimately adds the value to your visuals, make them easy to understand. Then in the visual itself, guide the end user. Use some conditional formatting, use some formatting itself, like in table visuals. I have a whole session on table visuals, how you can just use the format pane to make them easier to read. There's so much possible, but you need to know your end user to be able to create something that makes sense for them. To sum up, we always need to prioritize the user. Like, it's all about our audience. It doesn't make sense to create reports for like we are the end user when we are not the end user. So if I'm creating something for someone else, I should always think and create something like that person needs to have this report look like, not like I want it to be. That worked very well. Focus on value and actions. Very, very important. Make it shine, but be picky. Please don't make the same mistake I did when I got started and use conditional formatting on everything, everywhere. And I think the most important takeaway, next to get to know your audience, and what they need is learn and have fun. It should be fun to do this. It should be a creative process. You should enjoy this. Don't just follow the rules and do what someone wrote in a book or someone else because that's the best practice out there. Try it yourself. Talk to your end user and have a chat with them what actually works for them and see if you can provide something for them in the end. Thank you all for being here in the session. I know this is an online session. QR codes don't work for online sessions, but if you want to get into contact with me, feel free to contact me on LinkedIn, and also feel free to have a look at the YouTube channel where you can see how to create all the visuals that I talked about. Thank you so much for being in my session.
Thank you so much, Valerie. There were a few comments and questions. I will add them. First of all, I really like the creativity in the bad examples. So not just the good, also the bad ones. Yeah. And the next one was very nice tip with the conditional formatting button on off. Thanks for the inspiration. I also have to say I like that a lot. Didn't see this many times. And then we have a few thank yous. Maya said thank you for interesting and practical sessions, as well as Arthur was thanking you. All right.
That's so nice to read. It's so nice to read that people actually get value from this. And I always hope to at least inspire like one person to try something new.
No, I think you did actually pretty well. I think the session was pretty nice. For the audience, if there are any more questions, drop them ideally now in the comments, then we can answer them. If there are no more comments, I thank you, or questions. I thank you very much, Valerie. It was a very nice session. Thank you for taking the time now on a Saturday. I know that's quite an effort, especially as you should enjoy your Saturday. And so far, I don't see any more questions. So I guess the rest, and I think it was anyway pretty clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much also for moderating this. I mean, this is amazing. And I think this is my 3rd year at Database, and I enjoy this so much. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for this feedback as well. Then we will do the lunch break. There is a session in room 1 if you want. Our room will now do also as a lunch break, and we will continue at 1:30. Also, the moderator will change. Nikola Illich will welcome you then. And there's one more feedback from Josef. Thank you, Valerie. Learned a lot today from you. So I think you got quite a lot of good feedback.
Yes, I'm very happy. Thank you so much.
All right. Then with the lunch break, Valerie, thank you again. Wish you all a nice Saturday. Have a good lunch in room 1, as I mentioned, is a session. And otherwise, see you again at 1:30 in this room.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. One more addition. We want to also thank, of course, our sponsors from today. You see them down here, Ubungi, ETA2U, and DatenWG. We will show you a few of their really nice videos. The first one from Ubungi you've already seen. And enjoy. Thank our sponsors. Go to their website, and we will see also the videos of the other two companies.
Hello, DataBash. I'm Arthur from the DatenWG core team, and we are a bunch of dedicated Power BI, Fabric, and Copilot experts who are really enthusiastic about Microsoft Data Platform and all the community stuff. This is B5. Humbly, we call us the Avengers of Power BI, and this is how we really look like if you want to see. Just feel free to contact us on anything about the Microsoft Data Platform and have fun at DataBash.
Timișoara este un oraș cu peste 350.000 de locuitori. Suntem o primărie destul de mare, în jur de 500 de angajați și încă câțiva mii în subordinea noastră.
Ne ocupăm cu digitalizare de documente. Primăria va fi la fel ca și o companie multinațională care are sisteme foarte avansate.
Aș fi luat aceiași furnizori. Dacă am fi putut începe de la început cu ei, bineînțeles că eram 2 ani mai avansați.
Acum forțăm tot ecosistemul să vină după noi. Această eficientizare ne lasă să ne focusăm pe ce este important, adică pe partea creativă, pe partea empatică.
99% din primărie, din procedurile ei sunt digitalizate.
N-ai nevoie de studii bine imaginabil de multe tehnice ca să poți lucra cu un program atât de simplu. Vă doresc cât mai multă răbdare. E un proces anevoios câteodată, dar excepțional în momentul în care este finalizat și implementat cu succes.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back from lunch break. I hope you enjoyed the lunch, and good afternoon from my side. After Dennis did a great job on moderating in the morning, I'll take over and I'll be your moderator from DataBash organizing team in the room for our afternoon sessions. Yeah, without any further talk, we have two amazing lightning talks lined up for next half an hour. First, we will have David talking about best practices and guidance when using Microsoft Dataverse. And after that, we will have Sheena, who will walk us through the topic of empowering diverse voices in tech analytics. After that, we have another additional break from 2 p.m. Basically, we don't have a session for this slot. There were some unexpected occurrences, but never mind. I hope you will stay with us and rejoin us later at 3 p.m. for the next regular session. Without any further talk, I'll add David to the stage. And yeah, maybe David, just first of all, welcome and thanks for presenting for DataBash. We really appreciate that. It's Saturday, we know, so this is hugely appreciated from our side. Welcome to DataBash.
Great, thanks for having me. I appreciate being here.
Sure, thanks. So since this is Lightning Talk, and with Lightning Talks, it's always tricky with your time, I don't want to spend any seconds more talking about what you're going to present. So basically, stage is all yours. I'll just need to remove this. Just a second. Okay. Let me try to figure out how to remove. Okay, cool. I'm also learning how to use this tool. So yeah, we are right on time. Stage is all yours. Good luck.
Great, thank you very much. So hi everyone, welcome. This is my talk, Best Practices and Guidance when Using Microsoft Dataverse. My name is Dave Patrick. A little bit about me, I'm a subject matter expert for the U.S. Army over at Aberdeen Proving Ground in the United States in Maryland. I've got a bunch of letters. I'm a certified trainer, solutions expert, solutions developer, MVP, MCP, ABCD, EFG. I work for a company called DSA. I also teach at the University of Maryland. If you want more information about me or about my company, check out my website, Mad SharePoint. Go to tinyurl.com and learn all about the careers that we have at DSA. What do we want to talk about? 15 minutes, lightning talk. This talk I usually do in an hour, so we're going to squish everything in 15 minutes. Give a quick overview of data review. We're going to talk about some form design best practices, some app performance optimization. Dataverse is all about the cloud database that helps you to build apps. We're going to talk about security best practices, a little bit about guidance for API usage, some maintenance and support, and additional resources. Let's start at the beginning. Microsoft Data Overview. What is it? Where is it? How do I get to it? So this surprisingly is a challenge. You see it as part of the Microsoft Power Platform. It is Microsoft's cloud database that helps power things like Power Apps, Power BI, Power Automate, Power Pages, Power. It integrates with AI Builder for adding AI into your Power Apps or your workflows. Lots of different data connectors. So if your data is elsewhere and you want to get it in the Dataverse, there's lots of capability to do that. But where is it? Where is this Dataverse app? It sounds like it's an app. So when I first started getting into Dataverse, I went looking for it, and I went to apps under Office 365, M365, they're calling it M365 Copilot, Office.com, logged in, went to apps, and went searching for Dataverse. And guess what? This is alphabetical. It's not there. There's no app. And so I thought, well, let me just go ahead and search for it. And of course, it comes back no response for Dataverse. So then I said, let me just type it in the URL. I'm a smart guy. I'll go put in dataverse.microsoft.com, and it comes up and says no Dataverse there either. So it's not an app. It's not at dataverse.microsoft.com. Surprisingly, to get to Dataverse, you've got to go to either Power Apps or Power Automate, and then either one of those, you'll find that there's a tables navigation element on the left-hand side. And when you go to that, you've arrived. That's Dataverse. So a little bit tricky there, especially for folks new to this game. You're thinking it would be more straightforward, but it's there. You just have to go to either Power Apps or Power Automate, and then go to tables, and then you'll see things like account. address, appointment. Those are the standard entities that represent tables in Dataverse where you can store standard data. You can create your own entities. So down here, you can see I've got one that's a custom. That's the BF demo. And then I've got a burger table for storing all sorts of burgers. I like myself a good cheeseburger. So that's another custom entity. So you can have standard entities or tables, and I use the word entity and table interchangeably when I'm talking with Dataverse. I know if you're a database academic, you know, entity is one thing and table is another, but in this scenario, we're talking, to me, they're interchangeable. Let's talk more about these tables I speak of. So again, Power Apps tables, I click on one of those tables and you'll see you can not only have the metadata, the data about the data, things like what's the primary column, what's the name of this entity, what relationships does it have, what keys are defined, is there any forms attached, charts, dashboards, business rules, other stuff. You can also edit the data. So full support for create, read, update, delete. You can go in there and add additional records or rows. You can see you can update the different forms and views that are available. It truly is total integration of your data and your schema in the cloud in a browser-based environment. You want to add columns. You have the capability in Dataverse to customize the standard entities, and you can as well as create your own custom entities. But even the standard entities, if you want to add your additional columns, you can do that. So this is the account entity and some of the columns that are already standard there. But if you wanted to add your own, maybe you wanted to add like an owner or something like that, there's a capability to extend the standard entities with your own custom columns. Here's an example of me doing that. I'm going in there, I'm adding a new column, I'll give it a name, a description. There's lots of different data types, single line of text, number. You can format how it's going to be displayed. You can choose whether it's required or not, whether it's searchable or not, whether it's allowed to be on forms. There's some of the different data types, text, number, date, and time. It can be lookup, so you can have that one-to-many relationship. You can have choices. You can define. You can say whether you want your choices to be synced with global or not. Do be careful. There are some legacy terms. Dataverse has been around a while. It started out as the common data model. Then it was had a couple different names. Now that it's Dataverse, some of the older terms are still around. Specifically in the APIs, when we talk about the application programming interfaces, we didn't want to break those. I say we, Microsoft didn't want to break those. So the older terms are still relevant or still present in the APIs and some of the URLs that you're going to use. But the new term, so Microsoft used to refer to tables as entities. Now it's in the user interface, it's tables. They used to call the columns fields, now they're columns. They used to call the rows records, now they're rows. So just be aware that there's different names for the same thing depending on if you're using an API or looking in the URL versus if you're in the user interface. And there's a whole article on this that tells you, hey, if you're in the user interface, this is what it's called. If you're in the for development kit, it's going to be called this. And if you're in Oaks, depending on where you're at, there might be a different name for the same thing. Even in the URL. So if you look up and if you're in Power Apps and you're in Dataverse, you went to the tables, you'll notice that if you're at a specific table up in the URL, it still refers to it as entities. So good to know. Let's actually see if you wanted to create a table in Dataverse, what would that look like? So basically you go to Power Apps and you click new table, and there's a couple different options. You can start with a blank table. If you already know the columns that you want to add, the data types, you can import a CSV, an Excel file, or you could use Copilot. You can actually use natural language to say, hey, I need a table that's going to store books. In this case, I'm doing it from scratch. I'm using their schema layout where I say, hey, I've got a new table called cars. I'm going to set some properties. The car is going to have things like an owner, a name, maybe number of doors, things like that. So you can, using this user interface, go ahead and kind of lay it out. This is sort of the academic where I'm laying out a schema, and I know that I have different entities that I want to implement to tables, and I can draw them on this surface. So it's a really good. And what I really like about this interface is that it also allows you to enter the data. So as you're entering the columns and defining the schema, you can also enter some data to give you, a lot of times when I teach at my college, I tell folks, enter some data, and that way it'll help you. If you're entering the same data over and over, it's probably not normalized, and you might need to add an additional entity to help denormalize or help normalize your database design. Once you're done, excuse me, entering, creating your table, there's different kinds. There's standard, which is the ones that come with it, but they can be customized. They can be added to. There's activity tables that are based on things like start time, stop time, have a due date. So like appointments, tasks, emails. There's virtual tables. That's a table that represents data from an external data source. So maybe you've got data in SQL Server and Oracle, and you want to represent it in Dataverse, but you don't actually want to do the work of pulling it all. Maybe it's got millions of rows. You can use a virtual table for that. And then there's Elastic, which is very large data where you do, have millions of rows that you actually want to store. That's powered by the Azure Cosmos DB, but also represented in Dataverse. What are some of the other key features and overviews? Scalable, I just mentioned scalable data storage. So you can really, do millions and millions of rows, rich data types. So it doesn't matter how complex your data is. We can handle, lookup tables, choice, integration, tightly integrated with Power Apps, where you can just click, 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 and now your data has an app that allows people to do create, read, update, delete. And as we mentioned, complex data structures. So not just the data types in a table, but the tables themselves can be one-to-many relationships. We talked about scalable. Really three different ways you can scale your Dataverse: capacity in the database, capacity in files, capacity in logs, and basically what's stored in database capacity. That's your actual data, your tables, your rows, your columns. So customer records, orders, metadata, and configurations. On the back end, it's secretly being stored in SQL Server. That's your core business data. The file capacity, that's the unstructured data. That's your binary large objects. So PDF attachments, Word documents, email attachments. That's backed by Azure Blob Storage. So whenever you're trying to attach things to a record. And then log capacity, that's where we've got that system logs and auditing data, things like that. And that's backed by Azure Cosmos DB. You can actually extend these temporarily. So if you find that you hit the wall and it's not a lot of red tape, you can actually do this 3 times in a year and say, hey, just give me 25% so I can fix things, where you don't actually have to go buy more capacity. So I've got demos built into my slides. We don't have time to go to all of them, so I won't go into all of those, but there's lots of cool demos if you want to see everything I just talked about in action. Here's me creating a new app based on the account table. So you basically go to the account, you can up top say create a new app. It brings it up in Designer, gives you a preview of the basic app, which supports create, read, update, delete. You've got navigation on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you've got the details of each record as you can navigate through. The complex data structures, we talked about the different types of data, single line identifiers, choices, just any kind of data you can imagine. So what are the benefits? Streamlined data management, improved collaboration because centralize the data, enhanced security, taking advantage of the Office 365 Entra, Azure AD, what we used to call Azure AD, and it enables really rapid application development. You can literally go to one of your tables and say, hey, I want to add a page. I want to make a dashboard. And just in a few clicks, this is the ultimate low code, no code development. So here I am selecting it in the account table, and bam, I've got an app all without writing any code. Supports the tables, relationships, business rules, the built-in security model. All that you would need is available. What else did we want to talk about? Oh, this is just showing that as you go into each table, you have full support for looking at what's attached to it, what apps are attached to it, whether they're model-driven or Canvas apps, what flows might be attached to it, other dependencies like site maps and software development, entity relationships, so that it's all built in and easily accessible to trace where what is attached to it. So let's quickly go through some form design best practices. We want to do things like organize field groupings, minimizing cluster, keep everything. I mentioned being able to sync your choice fields with the global choice to help minimize differences. Maybe someone spells Maryland with a capital M versus a lowercase m. We sync with global. We can avoid that. This is the new form look and feel. There are some old form look and feel, so make sure you're using the new form versus the old form. other things that, data integrity, error prevention, that's all sort of built into the validations and business rules. So you can go in there and you can set up different business rules in Power Apps against Dataverse or in Dataverse that Power Apps would take advantage of. It fully supports normalization, which is critical. It allows you to do denormalization in those weird situations or uncommon situations where it can help performance. One-to-many, many-to-many, one-to-one, all those relationships are supported. App performance optimization. So if you want to monitor your app and see what's going on, there's a monitor built in where you can see its interaction with Dataverse and that's how you go to your app and click monitor. You can monitor if it's accessing the data in a good time. If not, you can optimize your queries and minimize resource sizes to try to improve that. You can do data normalization. You can add indexing. There's a whole section I have on using Dataverse Search, which is how you index your fields. You go into the admin center and you can set up the search index and add up to 1,000 fields to be searched, which get indexed automatically. So these slides walk you through doing that. After that, you can add fields to your quick view so they're easily findable. So this is me going to one of my views and adding some of those index fields to my quick view to make them available. Security best practices, use roles. By using roles, you group users together and it makes it easy to grant permissions. You can also share individually. So there's always exceptions to the rule, but you can always, as a best practice, you want to make sure you're taking advantage of the security roles. Data encryption is built in. So auditing is available. Monitoring, you can go in there and say, I want to create audit logs in that audit center and track who did what and when, and there's reports on that to see what's been going on with my data, who changed what and when. And finally, API usage. So there's built-in work for developers. You want to be able to do application programming interface. There's a support for that. You can go in the table account and see the link to the API definition, API link to table data. And if you need to get to the JSON and see how to integrate with the API, that's all available. And there's things like, don't embed your username and passwords. It's a security risk. So there's some do's and don'ts there if you want to do that. We got more information on, API limits, quotes, all that stuff, but I'm out of time. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Hope you got a little bit of great information about how to get started with Dataverse. Thank you.
David, that was absolutely amazing. So I think you did an incredible job of covering so many things in such a short span of time. So congratulations on great presentation. And I'm sure that our audience also got some interesting insight from your lightning talk. So once again, David, huge thanks for joining us at DataBash. We really appreciate that. And for others, the next speaker is Sheena. Sheena, welcome to DataBash. It's great to have you with us today. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you so much for having me today. Super excited to be here. I know we have a very short time. So
yeah, I just wanted to say, because we don't have the next session on schedule, so don't stress too much. It's totally fine if you go a couple of minutes above the scheduled slot. So it's totally fine. Take your time.
Okay.
It's a very important topic about empowering diverse voices in tech analytics. So I'm sure that everyone will look forward to hear your presentation. Do you have something to are you sharing your screen, or are you?
I'm just gonna do a talk.
Okay,
yeah.
awesome. Just checking because awesome.
I'll probably share something towards the end to just connect with me, but that's about it.
That's totally fine. Okay, then
All right.
the stage is all yours, and enjoy your talk.
All right, thank you so much. Hey everyone, super excited to be here today. Hope everyone's having a blast and enjoying the talk. So for those of you who may not know me, my name is Sheena Yakchan. I talk about confidence and leadership and visibility because, especially in tech, there's still a huge gap between men and women, and the data speaks for itself, which is why today we're going to be talking about confidence in the age of data, empowering diverse voices in tech analytics. So if you're in tech, I've spoken to a lot of women in tech who still feel unseen, who still feel like they don't have a voice. And it's so important to have a voice in the tech industry because I believe being able to have, a balance of voices, of diverse voices, is how we can solve big problems in the world. And so, you know, data drives decisions that shape the world, but if the voices behind the data aren't diverse, whose really reality are we capturing, right? People don't realize, like, if the people behind the data is the one controlling it, how do we know if that's actual data or if it's biased data, right? So that's the problem. Having bias in the age of data. Data is not neutral. Cultural system and systematic biases seep into collection. Whose experiences are recorded, whose are ignored, interpretation, who gets to decide what success looks like, and then outcomes, the algorithms amplifying existing inequalities. So I wrote a book called Bridging the Confidence Gap, and I have a whole chapter on gender biases, right? So features, age, how you're treated, what culture you come from, especially being Asian. We've been taught to be not to make any noise, stay in the background, do as you're told. So, sometimes it's also seen in the tech world, right? We're seen as we're just hard workers. We don't make any noise. We don't complain. But really, that hurts us. And because of that, we're not seen in leadership roles. We're not taken seriously. So it's really important to be aware of these problems, because sometimes we're not even aware, hey, maybe how the data is collected is not seen properly, or it's not represented properly. And I live in a city where it's very diverse. I live in Toronto, which is one of the most diverse cities in the world, but yet sometimes it's still not represented in media. Like earlier this year, I was actually at a Microsoft event here in Toronto, and I was the only female speaker out of like 20 speakers, still the only female speaker, which was wild. And sometimes I question, why is it that we're still having this, right? And I know sometimes it's as women, we're afraid to also apply for these things, or think maybe we're not good enough, maybe there's someone better out there. But I want you to realize you're more than enough to go out there and do something amazing. And so this is why it's so important to talk about this, and that we need more representation. And for me, representation is important. Visibility is important, because that's how we can break the cycle, be able to have the diverse teams that we want. So confidence matters, of course. Many women and minorities doubt their voice in technical spaces, so they stay quiet even when they see the problems. And I see this time and time again. It's not just actually in the tech industry, it's in many industries where women go into a meeting, they have an idea, but they're too afraid to raise their hands up. So, and the person beside them decided to share the same exact idea that they wanted to share. And because of that, they were praised for it. So this is why it's so important to raise your hand up to say what idea have, or say if there's a problem, to share it, right? Because you never know, that could probably save what you're doing. Representation matters. When people see leaders who look like them, they feel permission to speak up. For me, this was so important, because growing up, even though it was very multicultural in Toronto, I never saw that in the media. I never saw anybody in the media that looked like me. So I always felt ashamed of who I was. I wanted to have blonde hair and blue eyes to feel more accepted. And for me, it's been my life's work to just be visible, to have representation, to show up in spaces where we still feel unseen. And so I never want that to happen to you. And so for me, we just don't need diverse hires. We need diverse voices that are confident and needs to be heard, right? So if you ever felt that way, share in the chat where maybe you were in a situation where you didn't feel heard, or you felt like, you were being dismissed or gaslighted, because it's still a lot more common than you realize. And here's some data or some stats that I want to share with you when it comes to data and tech. So in a broader definition, when it comes to data and AI roles, women make up about 26% positions globally. So only 26%, which is very small. In the UK, it's about 22% when it comes to representation of AI and data professionals. If for data scientists, women account for about 15%. And within data scientists, fewer than 10% hold managerial roles. So those are still very small numbers. And then among data scientists, fewer than 3% are women of color, fewer than 5% are Latina, and then fewer than 4% are African American. So these are still very small numbers, and these are, you know, up-to-date stats, and it's a little bit shocking to see that, but I totally get it, because part of the reason why I wrote my book, Bridging the Confidence Gap, was because there was a report from the World Economic Forum that mentioned total gender parity would be achieved at the earliest in the year 2154. Unfortunately, that's when I wrote the book. So now it's delayed 4 more years. So that means it'll be the year 2158 before we can see total gender parity at the earliest. And I feel like at the rate we're going and the current situation that we're in, it might go longer. So it'll probably take about at least 5 generations before we see that. And of course, I don't think anybody wants to wait that long, because, you know, we want our future generations to see what's possible. We want them to see that they're more than enough to go out there and do amazing things and be in tech and be able to utilize it for good, especially with AI in the rise. You know, there's a huge gap now between men and women, you know, for women to utilize it. And I understand that sometimes it's a little bit scary to use it, but if we embrace it, you know, we can do so many amazing things utilizing AI. So here's some practical ways to foster inclusion. So normalize speaking up, right? In meetings, make every space for every voice. I think that is so important, because if we don't normalize speaking up, then, you know, people are still going to be too afraid to raise their hand up, to share their ideas, to share if there's something that's not working. I know it's hard sometimes to speak up, but the more we practice it, the better we get at it. So these little things make a huge difference, because it's helping us practice showing, you know, speaking up, showing our voices, being heard. And so make those rooms where you can normalize speaking up. So maybe having a meeting where each and every person just shares something, or even like creating a meeting where everyone can celebrate all their accomplishments, you know, just sharing, hey, share something that you've done today that you want to share to the group. So normalize speaking up, challenge assumptions, you know, ask who's missing from this data set. I think that's important. Sometimes we're too afraid to challenge it, but if we don't, nothing happens, right? The same thing happens over and over again. And, you know, they say insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We have to question things, right? And sometimes it's a little bit scary, but that's how change is, right? If we don't do the things that are scary, then nothing happens. Mentorship and sponsorship, you know, confidence grows when people know others back them up. I think this is so important. Yes, having mentors is great, but it's important to have mentors and sponsors, people who, you know, and sponsors is people who, you know, advocate for you, who want you to be at the seats at the table, because it's so important to have that, right? You know, having mentorship is great, but a lot of people still want to know, how do we get into those spaces? And that's where having a sponsor is really important, to have you there, to be in those rooms, to be able to be seen in those opportunities that you are looking for. Shift the tokenism to trust. Don't just add diversity, empower it. You know, have actual diversity, that having the actual talent to help you have those inclusive teams. You know, I think it's really important to have inclusive teams or, you know, diverse teams, because, you know, each and every one of us have different experiences, different ways of solving problems. And when we can find different ways to do that, we can have better solutions. Things start to work better, and, you know, it's just a win-win situation for everybody. So emphasize, you know, inclusive teams don't just feel good, they make better decisions and generate smarter insights. And I've seen that time and time again when people have diverse teams from diverse cultures, diverse voices. They have grown a lot better. They've been able to you know, increase productivity, increase profits, because now they have different perspectives and different solutions. So I know we're almost at the time. So, you know, data shapes the world. To make it fair and human, we must bring our full diverse voices into the process. So if you're a underrepresented voice, trust your voice. The room needs it. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Don't be afraid to share your voice. The more you keep doing it, the better you get at it. I know in the beginning it's really scary sometimes, because you've never been taught to do that. I understand that because I grew up in a culture where I've been told to never say anything, just be in the background, do as you're told, just stay silent. And it was really, it took, it really it gave me a lot of anxiety and feeling like I wasn't good enough. So don't be afraid to open your voice. Change starts with yourself. So be okay to be in those rooms, raise your hand up, share that idea, or share that if there's a problem that's going on, share a solution for it. If you're in power, create the space for others to speak and be heard. I think this is so important. Sometimes I've seen leaders where they haven't created that space, or they gatekeep those spaces, and it's really important to create that space to show others that, hey, you can move to the top, you can be someone that can create a voice in this space. So I want, it's a team effort, right? Because if we don't do this, and then it's the same thing over and over again. So I hope you were able to get a little bit from this really quick talk. I know it's very short and quick, but confidence is something that we all deal with on an everyday basis. It's so important to practice it, and it's also important to practice it together. We don't have to do this alone. This is why having teams is so important, so that you can empower each other, you can uplift each other, you can do this side by side, and it's a lot better when we do things together than trying to do everything ourselves. So in the age of data, confidence isn't just personal, it's how we change the system. And I'm just going to quickly share my screen to one sec, to show you where you can connect with me. One sec. So if you can see my screen, this is my code. You can, I don't know if, oh yeah, sorry.
So you need to share it. Yeah.
Yeah, can you see it now? Okay, yeah, sorry. Here's my code. You can connect with me on all social media. You can check out my books. You can check out my website and other resources to help you build confidence and visibility and be seen and be the leader that you're meant to be. So I hope you enjoyed this quick talk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Sheena. That was amazing. I think you brought up many great points, and I think it's super important topic to talk about. So we really appreciate you taking time to bring this to DataBash conference, and I'm sure it was also super useful for our attendees. So thanks once again for joining the conference, and yeah, we wish you a nice rest of the day and weekend, and hopefully we can see another your talk maybe in the next edition of DataBash conference.
Sounds great. And thanks again for having me. It was a great time, and I know it's super short, so I hope you were able to gain just one thing to help you move in your confidence journey.
Yeah, totally. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have
Bye,
a great
everyone.
rest of the day. So for others, we are done with lightning talks, and now we have a break of almost 1 hour. So take your time to stretch your legs, maybe grab some refreshments, and we'll see you again in slightly less than an hour. We have a great talk provided by my friend Gethin Ellis about building data-driven culture. In the meantime, you can switch to one of the remaining 3 rooms. There are ongoing sessions over there, and I'll see you in approximately 1 hour. So enjoy this break in room 4. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, my friend. Good to see you. Although it's virtually, I would prefer that we see each other in person, but yeah,
Well,
that's
it's
how
still
it
nice
is.
to see each other. Yeah, exactly. How are you, mate? You well?
Good, good, good. How about you?
I'm very good, thank you. Can't complain at all. Can't complain at all. How's the day been? Has it been good?
Yeah, so far everything works fine. So far so good. Yeah.
Cool.
So far so
Cool.
good. So you are still
Awesome.
okay despite Wolves being so awful this
Oh,
season?
mate, don't start. No, I'm thinking about giving up my season ticket. It's like, oh, dear me.
Come on. I thought
only
you were a
joking.
serious supporter. Yeah, I know you're joking. Yeah.
Mate, it's been
Hopefully
bad.
they'll-
It's been
yeah.
so poor. They've been
Yeah.
so poor. But
Yeah. But it's still a long way to go. So
there
yeah,
is, mate.
things can
Nothing is
change.
won or lost in September. That's for certain. So,
Exactly.
Things
Yeah.
can change.
But honestly, I think they didn't replace Cunha in the right way, and I don't know. You probably follow more in depth than me, but that's my first impression.
So they've. If you look at the team they've lost over the last 5 years, the players that have gone out and what have they been replaced with, the quality has come down. So you think back to like Neves and Jimenez and
Yes, that's
Traore,
correct.
and
Aït-Nouri.
even God rest him, Diego Jota. He was fabulous, right, for Wolves.
Yeah, I remember.
And as they all went, they've just not replaced with the same standard. And then when Cunha and then Aït-Nouri left, the left back, who unfortunately got injured at Man City in his first game because he's a quality player as well. They were Wolves' little bit of magic, and Strand Larsen up front, he did all right last season, but Cunha was probably head and shoulders above him. They got two good midfielders that the manager seems to have fallen out with. His name's gone out of my brain now. But yeah, and then everything around them is just mediocrity, mate. They look like a championship side when I'm sat there watching them. They got relegation written all over it, unless something dramatic happens. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe January transfer window. We'll see.
Well,
I mean, if they manage to stay like in reach to close enough to other teams that are fighting relegation.
Well, Villa haven't scored a goal yet, but yes, you're right, and it's pretty close down there. They've done well in the cup. They've beaten they beat Everton in the week. They got Chelsea next, and they beat West Ham 3-2 in the cup games.
Yeah.
So they just need to take some of that and just get a win. Just get a win somewhere.
Yeah.
They got Tottenham away today
for the confidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But they got Tottenham away tonight, and I can't see that being anything other than a Tottenham win this evening. So next week, where are we next week? We'll be at home somewhere.
Last week was against Leeds. I expected that this could be a turning point.
I had high hopes of last week as well, mate, and I was left very disappointed. Sat in the rain, getting wet, watching that. Yeah, it wasn't good.
You see, Man United also. They're currently losing against Brentford.
Yeah, it's 2-1. It was 2-1 when I last looked. I don't know what the score is now.
It's still 2-1. I'm following on another screen.
Right. Yeah.
How's going your fantasy season so far?
So it's all about the planning, and we're still in the planning stages.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Not the best, mate. In truth, I'm about 8th in the Sequel Family League, and I'm about 250 points. I've got Haaland as captain today, and I triple captained him because I think it's a good opportunity.
Oh, I did the same thing too.
Did you?
So he will probably screw up everything.
Yeah. He'd probably get sent off after the first minute, mate, I suspect.
or miss penalty.
Yeah, that's it. He'll come on, miss 2 penalties, then get sent off.
Yeah, hopefully not, but we'll see. Yeah. So we are closing on time for your session, and I just do a brief introduction, and then the stage is all yours. So for everyone, thanks again for joining Data Bash. We had a break before this session, and I'm so happy to welcome my friend Gethin Ellis, who I call just Get. So welcome, Get, to Data Bash, and it's a real pleasure to have you here as a speaker. We really appreciate you joining our conference and presenting. Since it's Saturday, and Premier League and everything else. We know that you are a huge fan. So we really appreciate your time here.
Thank you for accommodating me, because I can see on your slide there I was meant to be on a bit earlier in the day, but I had family commitments this morning, and the organisers, Nick included, kindly jig things around so I could continue to speak, but do it at a different time. So thank you.
No worries, no worries.
It's
good that we could all make it. So yeah. Totally fine. So for others, I can vouch for this session. I attended this session in one of the previous events, and it's amazing. So I can guarantee that all of you who are attending this session will get a lot of great information and great tips how to implement or enhance a data-driven culture in your companies. We are right on time, so stage is all yours. Do you present something?
Yeah, bear with me, mate. Hold on. I'm just going to share my screen there. So I think you need to, there we go.
Okay, awesome. So there you go. There you go. Good luck with your session. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Nick. That's awesome. Cheers, mate. Brilliant. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. So yeah, this talk is called A Step-by-Step Guide to Building a Data-Driven Culture in Your Business. Ultimately, what I want you to get from this slide is, or from this session, is the sort of understanding that data is there, can be used, and it can help you get real value from your data in your organization. Now, I'll be candid up front. I know this is a tech conference, but this talk really is more about people than processes than it is about technology. I do mention Power BI and some other tooling at a reasonably high level and how they can go about helping you build a data-driven culture, but the main focus is on making it work for the people that you're working with. Now, I like to use analogies and stories and all sorts of stuff in my talks, and if you've been on one of my sessions before, you'd have seen these, right? But the analogy I like to use when I'm talking about data and the value it can bring, people compare it to gold, and I've seen it compared to a few other sort of like industries and other areas of industrial revolution. But for me, I like the analogy of oil, right? And the reason I like that, data in and of itself can be quite messy, it can be quite siloed, it can be different pockets of it everywhere. It's only when you manage to get it out, when it comes out of the ground, it's sticky and messy. It's only when you get it out of the ground and put it through a refining process, you end up with something really valuable in the form of fuel. Right? Data is much the same way. There's little pockets of it. Once you've got it out, it's a bit of a mess. You've got to put it through a refining process and turn it into something useful. And also, like oil, data, as I'm seeing more and more in the news in the UK here, if you happen to spill your data somewhere you shouldn't, much like if you spill oil somewhere you shouldn't, you end up in a whole heap of trouble. All right, so I like that analogy for that reason. Now, I'll just give you a little bit about me. I've been working in the Microsoft data space for about 25 years, and I've had a variety of jobs in that time, from report writer to web developer to DBA. For the best part of the last 20 years, I've been running a small consulting and training business, which is GettingEllis.com. And we offer a range of different services, from sort of data platform managed service, architecture and design work, even traditional SQL Server migrations. We still get a request for those. Lots and lots in the analytics space. And we're a Microsoft training partner. We provide Microsoft data platform training as well. My contact details are on the slide there. I won't highlight them because they don't show up very well, and I believe they were actually on the slide before we started. But do feel free to look me up on LinkedIn. So if you do want to make a connection and build your network, please do reach out. And if you've got any questions, feel free to pop them in the comments. I'll ask Nick to feed them through at the end, or we'll pick those up at the end. And if you want to chat afterwards, just hit me up on LinkedIn or send me an email. I still have an account on X. I don't claim to use that very much in truth. So it is there though, if you are an X user. Right, so what we're going to cover in this session. Well, we've got a few things, right? We're going to define what a data culture is. Right? It's a great phrase. What do I mean by it? Data culture. It's kind of a meaningless word, really, isn't it? Well, it's like, what does that mean for me in reality? Right? Why do we need it? Right? What's so great about having a data culture that makes it so vital that I've created an entire section on it? Right? What components do we require? Right? If we decide that we need a data culture, right, what do we actually need to make that work for us? We'll look at some of the, so I've got some really good examples, some really good insights, some really good real world scenarios and obstacles that if you're on this path and trying to take your organization on this path, you may have encountered as well. And then lastly, we're going to look at some of the tools that we can use, like Power BI, that can help us on this journey. Okay, so what exactly is a data culture? There's lots of definitions out there on the internet, right? Now, I often present this with my good pal, David Pottleswaite, right? And this is normally a slide David would pick up, and David likes all these bullets, and I really don't. So I'm going to put them all on the screen there, and then I'm going to talk around the slide anyway. Right, now, the definition David picked up off Wikipedia is a data culture is a principle which requires all staff and decision makers to focus on the information shown by the existing data that you have in your organization, and then to make decisions based solely on that information. Right? So that means only using the information you have gathered. Now, ultimately, what that boils down to is stop relying on gut instinct. Right? Stop relying on, I think that's a good idea. Right? Use the data, use the evidence to back that up. Right? See what's really happening out there in the wider business, and then make decisions based off that. Now, probably, if you're on this route, and particularly if you're early on in the journey, you might need some training in it, right? Or perhaps even some techniques to persuade people to get involved in this. And all our companies and organizations, you're bound to have a significant amount of data that, if analyzed properly and refined properly, can show you trends and things that are taking place that can really influence future decisions and can be really, really impactful for your business. Right? So not on thinking what may be happening, actually having that understanding. Right, now that data, it might include sort of general economic data, it might be sales volumes, it might be social trends. Nick and I were talking about football. I use it every week in picking my fantasy football team. I like to run some of the data models through some machine learning and get some stuff out the other side. Granted, if you were following that conversation, I haven't mastered that yet because I'm not doing very well. But we are using that data to make decisions. I'm trying to take the bias out of my decision making. Otherwise, I'd end up with 3 Wolves players, 3 Liverpool players, and none from Manchester United or Man City. Right? So we need to embrace that data-driven mindset. So people in our organizations and companies in general can comprehend the connection between the data and company performance. Right? Because if we don't use it, right, as this W. Edward Deming, a data scientist, David found him on the internet as well. Right? He came up with this quote though: if we don't use data, then it's just your opinion against someone else's. Right? So you're just another person with an opinion. Now, let's look at some of the questions you may have asked and had. Right? So. These questions perhaps designed to get you thinking about some of the specific challenges your organization may have faced. Right? Now, they are listed on the slide here. Right? You may have identified or run into roadblocks if you're trying to roll out a data project, you're trying to get people to use it. You might have built the best Power BI report in the world that gives the most amazing piece of information, but nobody knows it's there and nobody's using it. All right? So no doubt you would have encountered obstacles. Some of the common ones that I see on my travels is sometimes leadership support is key. I'm not saying this is a challenge, and if you've got that leadership support, then you've got a foundational component for making this work. If you don't have it, right, your efforts to build this data-driven organization are going to struggle. Right? Now, this is a people and processes thing, and people are at the heart of this, right? And if you're trying to make a change, and making a data-driven change can be a significant change for people, you might run into some resistance, right? It's never easy, right? Resistance is natural, and you should expect it. And we'll look at some strategies you can use to manage that. Understanding the right stakeholders is going to be important as well. Okay, so you can make sure you get the right champions, the right people supporting your initiative in the right place. Right now, has a lack of a data-driven mindset hindered your team's ability to achieve its goals? Maybe. Okay, having the right mindset where decisions are rooted in information and evidence is essential. Having the right governance in place to make sure you've got the right data quality, the right data consistency, security, is going to build trust in that data. And you need to empower your staff to use data. You need to provide them with the right training and support. Right, so just as I go through the rest of this story, keep in mind your own experiences and think about how these points might resonate with your organization. Now, this is a plug for a book I wrote 2 years ago. It's an excellent book. There's a QR code on the screen there. If you want to have a read, go and read it. If you just Google me on Amazon, it'll turn up. Now, normally when I do this in person, and David likes to give 2 copies of my book away, I can't do that today because, well, I don't have any copies near me, and I can't shoot them through the internet to you either. Right? But there is a book if you're interested. Not here to sell you books on a Saturday afternoon, though. Okay, now let me introduce you to Barry Wand. Right? Barry, I like to turn my talks into a bit of a story, and Barry is the lead character in this story. Her career background is rooted in technology. She started as a report writer, then she became a web developer, then a DBA, then a consultant, and then a trainer. That might sound familiar. Right, but through these roles, she's gained extensive experience and a deep appreciation for the value that data can bring to an organization. Now, Barry's decided to move into a leadership role because she wants to better influence getting people to use data and make better decisions. All right, so while Barry, right, is a figment of my imagination, I do have to state this up front. Barry is made up. Figment of my imagination. The challenges I'm going to talk to you about and the challenges she encounters, they do reflect real world problems that many of you might be facing today. Right? So they are fictional scenarios based on real life examples that are designed to resonate with your experiences. Now, today's date it's approaching September 2027. Right, so if we whiz all the way, no, it's not 2027. If we whiz all the way back to it's 2025, September 2025. My maths is appalling. If we whiz all the way back to, let's say, I don't know, June or July 2023, right, Barry has got her first role as a chief data officer for a leading UK police force. Right, now this was a pivotal moment for Barry and the police force that gave her the job. Right, so as a chief data officer, Barry became responsible for overseeing the management and governance of the police force's data assets. Now, the role of a CDO in lots of organizations, it's grown in importance as more and more businesses at least say they're increasingly viewing data as a strategic asset. All right. Now, that is very true for lots of organizations, regardless of size and regardless of sector. Barry's appointment came from Graham. Graham is the assistant chief constable. So from a police force's terms in the UK, that's kind of like the chief operating officer. Graham had this vision to transform the police into a data-driven organisation over the next 5 to 10 years. Barry's appointment to this role was the first step in turning that vision into a reality. So Barry has got the vision, she's got the data knowledge, perhaps the implementation and delivery of that vision that was going to require the sort of meticulous planning and execution. And that is a challenge that I'm sure many people listening can relate to. Now, when I talk about a data culture, right, it seems straightforward what I'm about to present to you, right? But actually trying to implement this is often the challenge itself, right? So the first question is, where do you start? Right? Now, the simple thing is, any sort of cultural change is actually an organizational cultural change. For your data-driven decision-making to thrive, for that data culture to be fostered and grow, it needs to align seamlessly with your top-level business goals and strategy. They need to be aligned with what the business wants to achieve. Now, when we're talking about organizational culture outside of the data culture scope, what I'm really talking about is the sort of shared values and beliefs and behaviors that your organization exhibits. All right, so also perhaps the practices of how staff interact with each other, how decisions get made within that organization. Right, so perhaps it could be described as the way things are done around here. Right, and you may have encountered the phrase when you've tried to do make some changes of your own, that's not how we do things around here. Right, that phrase often reflects an entrenched culture that could perhaps be resistant to change. Now, organizational culture is influenced by lots of factors like organizational history, perhaps the leadership style, the nature of the work, perhaps even external pressures and regulation. Right? But a strong culture across the organization is going to foster engagement, commitment, and productivity. And if you have a negative or toxic culture, it can lead to a high turnover of staff and low morale. All right, so if you think of like the police force Barry is working in, all right, a police force is nearly always hierarchically structured. Right, it's usually deep-rooted in tradition, and that's going to present its own unique challenges when it comes to introducing a data-driven approach. But if you've got the right vision and leadership and alignment of your data initiatives with the organization's goals, then it can very much succeed. All right, so organizational cultural change can be complex, and it's definitely a challenging process. Right, building a data-driven culture is often likely to mean changing an organizational culture. Right? Therefore, it comes with all the challenges that mindset change brings. Right? So it's no small task. It is complex. Right? It does need a shift in organizational mindset, right? And that brings its own obstacles. Now, when it comes to adopting this data-driven culture, making these changes, it needs a broader change in the organization's values and behaviors. Maybe, overcoming some of that resistance to change, maybe endearing or addressing entrenched ways of working and ensuring that you get the full leadership support. It's important to recognize that cultural change, it does take time and it does take persistence. It's not necessarily an overnight thing. Right? Communication is going to be your friend. Clear communication, the benefits of what we're doing, consistent reinforcement of these new behaviors can really help drive the transformation on. Now, we come to another David slide here, so let me just pop all these on this slide. Right, we've mentioned changing an organizational culture and the complexities it can bring. Right, if you get the right leadership support, it is definitely achievable. What I have on the slide here is a list of key steps that are involved in that process. Right, it looks very linear. It is not. This is going to be very iterative. And you may loop around these several times as you're on this journey. Right? And sometimes you might feel like you're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Right? That can definitely happen. But understand and assess the current culture, right? Whether it's surveys, focus groups, or just observing what's happening around you, right? And identify those values, beliefs, and behaviors that are shaping your organization. This is particularly important for Berry, right? As she's new to the organization she's just joined. What outcome are we looking for? What does it look like? What does the end goal look like? All right. So what are we trying to build? What does that look like? How does it align to the organization's value, visions, and mission statement? Right. Do we need to change the organization's vision and vision to match what the culture should be? That might be a thing. All right. Then you need a plan on how to get there. You need a clear plan, specific actions and initiatives that is going to shift the current balance, all right, towards that desired culture. You are going to need to involve the staff and the employees. Right? You've got to get everyone on board. Right? Engage employees in this process, seek their input, encourage their participation in any conversations, and get them bought into your cultural change. Right? You need to lead by example. Your leaders, this is why one of the reasons why high-level buy-in from the top of the business is important. Right? Leaders play a critical role in modeling those desired behaviors, and their actions and decisions are then going to set the tone for the rest of the organization. Right? People are going to need training. This is going to bring change. They are going to need potentially some new skills. They're going to definitely need some new knowledge, or they might just need reinforcement of what they're doing is the right thing. Right? So that might be learning new technologies. It might be understanding conflict resolution, all sorts of different stuff that might go into that. Right? And then clearly measure what you're doing. People do what you measure them by. Monitor your progress in terms of like how you make the progress you're making towards the goal, and you can make adjustments as you need to, and then celebrate your successes. All right. Celebrate milestones, celebrate the contributions of people who have helped drive the cultural shift. It is a sustained effort. It is focus. It's not a linear process. You might iterate on these several times before you eventually get there. Now, bringing this back to Berry. Right? Berry has got some very specific challenges within South Wales Police. Now, as the Chief Data Officer, she's encountered several things in her first week. Right now, she actually has a lack of executive support. How, I hear you cry. She's got Graham, the Assistant Chief Constable. Based on a true story, this. Right? We do need executive backing. Berry's situation got very complicated very quickly when her champion, Graham, our COO of the police, left the organisation pretty much the day after she started, following a disagreement with the CEO. right? And the CEO had some dismissive comments like, "We don't need data to run this business," was further undermining Barry's new job. So you imagine how Barry must have felt. Right, bearing in mind this is a true story based on a real life situation that happened to one of my friends. And the quote, "We don't need data to run this business," was definitely said to the person in real life. Right, so that's a problem she has. Right, Graham's gone. She has no executive buy-in on the board, and she's been given the reports to manage, right, as part of a kind of immediate restructure. Resistance to change, right? Cultural shifts can often face resistance. Right? If you can imagine sort of high-ranking police officials expressing their reluctance to embrace any new methods. That's not how things are done around here. Are very common for Barry, right? And she needs some strategies to overcome and change some of these mindsets. And I've seen this in lots of places, from people refusing to make tweaks to their CI/CD process, or refusing to make changes to security models to allow people to access data. Like many organizations, Barry's police force, she's got siloed data. So there's a command and control system, there's a case system, there's a stop and search system. This complicates efforts to create a unified view of its data. This isn't unique to policing, right? It's a common hurdle in organizations in both the public and private sector. Incomplete or inaccurate data, right? Data quality. If you've got incomplete or inaccurate data, that can undermine decision making and it can erode trust. And Barry's seen this firsthand, where poor data quality creates inefficiencies. Right now, real life example of data quality. I had a CTO on my podcast a few years ago who came up with a statement that people do what you measure them by. So if you're not measuring the quality of the data they put in the system, they really don't care about it. Now, this was a sales-driven organization, and they ended up having to tie people's bonuses to data quality, believe it or not, and it helped improve it greatly. Then a couple of others on here, sort of data literacy. If you think of traditional policing, right, often rely on instincts and gut feel. That can conflict with a data-driven approach. Clearly, in a police force, there's lots of sensitive police data, and that needs robust safeguards, and mishandling that information could compromise cases and lead to prosecutions being kicked out of court. And like all public sector organisations, there's not an endless pot of money for this for Barry. Right, now, I've got no doubt that many of you would have encountered some or all of these challenges if you're on that journey. All right, so Barry, I like to do this, is where I come into this now, right? Barry needs some help. She's feeling unsupported. She's out on a limb. She's feeling like she's making the wrong choice. It's easy to get caught up in the sort of business politics that can stifle creativity in an organization. Right, so you may have heard comments like, yes, DevOps is fabulous, right? And I'm not saying you can't, but you can't. Right? We don't need the data to tell us what people are thinking. That's how we not do things around here. Right? I just need the report as it was. Right? So Barry decides she needs some outside help. So she gives me a ring. Right? She gives us a call, and we have a bit of a chat, and we give her a plan to move forward. Right? So very high level. Lots of this we've spoken about already, right? But we need a concerted effort that's going to involve leadership support, training, and creating an environment that encourages the use of data in decision making. Right? So the high level plan is on the screen. Everything from establishing leader support to providing training, we're going to look at. Now, when you think about a data culture and you think about gaining buy-in from leadership, ask yourself this question. I love this question. Do people really want a data culture? And I reckon the answer is no. Right? So do they really want a data culture, or do they really want the benefits that it can bring without the cultural change? I suspect, right, it's the latter. They would love it to drive better business outcomes. Right? So when you're selling this to your leadership team and trying to get them bought in, sell them the benefits and the solutions to their problems that the data culture will bring. Right? Say it's going to increase profits if it's going to increase profits. Say it's going to cut costs if it's going to cut costs. Say it's going to improve employee retention if that's what they're concerned about. That will get the leadership support and buy-in. Right? And once you have that, you're halfway there. Right? Everything else will kind of fall into place. Now, how do you get that if you don't have it? Demonstrate value. Right? Demonstrate to your leaders the value of data and its potential impact. Use use cases, industry research, data-driven examples. Maybe even show a little bit of your own. Start small. Start on a small project that can save them things, right? And show how, oh, well, look, I'm just doing this. I've managed to save X. Right? And you do need a clear data strategy that outlines the benefits, right, that using data is going to bring and how it aligns to the overall goals. And that needs a roadmap for implementing a data culture and the steps needed to achieve it. All right, so we've got another linear plan here, right? Strategies for overcoming resistance to change. Again, this isn't necessarily, it's definitely not linear either, right? Because the natural response of people when you're introducing new practices is to get that resistance, right? But if you communicate the benefits, how is data going to make everyone's work easier, more efficient, more impactful? Right? Highlight the benefits to those employees and how they can relate. Right? Also highlight the risks of not changing. So I often like to state here, you know, there's always a cost of inaction if we don't change what's going to happen, and you can highlight those as well if you need to. But involve your employees in the process, seek their feedback, encourage participation in discussions, include them in the training. Right? When people feel like their input matters, they're more likely to embrace the change. And they are going to have concerns. You know, there was AI is the latest buzzword of choice. Around a couple of years ago, one of the big electrical or utility companies in the UK said, "Oh, I'll have AI doing everything in 5 years' time, and I'll need to lay off 50,000 people." He thought he was being clever. Right? That clearly would have disengaged his people from wanting to be helpful in anything they were trying to do. Right? But the communication is key. Involve employees is key. Address concerns. Highlight the risk of not doing anything. Provide guidance. Right? Show the expectations. Show the pathways you want them to follow. Reduce uncertainty. Right? And that'll make the change feel more manageable. Celebrate success, and you need your leaders to lead by example. Now, when you're trying to do this, you need to identify key stakeholders. I get involved in quite a lot of these assignments with organisations in the UK, because you're trying to deliver a strategy that's going to deliver business value, and it needs to be aligned with other strategies in the organisation. Right? You need to identify the key stakeholders. Now, sometimes that's a little more awkward than looking at an organizational chart. Right? Now, your stakeholders, some of the keywords are listed on the screen here, but here are some to consider. The executive leadership, they're going to be critical, right, in your success. If they're on board, you're more likely to succeed. Right? They need to set the tone for the organization. They need to demonstrate. Excuse me one second, Alexander. They need to set the tone for the organization. They need to demonstrate commitment to that data-driven decision-making. You're likely to need the IT department. Right? They're going to be responsible for providing the infrastructure and tooling necessary for things like data collection, analysis, and visualization. And they can make sure the organization has the necessary technology and infrastructure as well to collect and store and analyze that data. You might have a data management team that's managing your data, ensuring its quality and its accuracy, right? So they can help make sure it's consistent and reliable. You might have a team of data analysts that are analyzing that data. They might be business leaders responsible for driving growth and achieving organizational goals. And you could have your frontline employees who are interacting with customers and have got a direct experience with the organization's operations. And of course, you've got your customers as well. Now, that's all good, and that's quite a good common set of stakeholders. What has Sheldon Cooper here got to do with it? Well, this is based on a story of mine. When I was doing some work for a police force years ago, there actually was a person called Sheldon Cooper. Sheldon was my manager in the database team when I went to work for South Wales Police, and he. If you looked at the organizational chart, he wasn't, in terms of it was quite a what's it called, steep, deep hierarchy in the police force. He wasn't at the senior table, and he probably wasn't the rung underneath, but he'd worked at the police forever, and everyone in the senior leadership team kind of valued his opinion. So if you didn't have Sheldon on board, he had the ability to disrupt. Looking at that power grid there, right? He would have had the ability to disrupt if he didn't support your initiative with the executive team. And he wouldn't do it maliciously, but he's an example of a hidden stakeholder that you would need to potentially worry about. Clearly, we need to concern ourselves with governance as well, right? And we've got a whole bunch of different governance topics to talk about on this section, right? But if you don't have the right governance or it's inadequate, you're going to struggle, and you could end up with fines, and you could end up with reputational damage. Right? Looking at some of the security incidents that are going on in the UK at the moment, there's plenty of that reputational damage about, and there's actually companies really struggling as a direct result as well. But that said, privacy and security, we want to get the right policies and procedures in place to make sure the data is used responsibly and appropriately. Right, that might include data classification, it might include usage rules. Right, so in other words, secure your data, use it safely, make sure the right people have got access to the data at the right time, and then you need to implement policies to safeguard your sensitive data and prevent unauthorized access. Right, so you can then see the main sort of caveats of that. Data quality management, access and sharing is going to be very important. Retention and policy is probably important as well. So you store the data for the right time in a secure way, and archive it when it's no longer needed. Right. So data often has a life cycle, right, from creation to archive or deletion, and your retention policies and archive standards need to reflect that. When do we keep data? When do we delete it? And who decides? Other key things here, I don't really know why this is 7th. I should really put this up here. Ownership and accountability. Every data set needs a clear owner, clear purpose, and contribute to outcomes. Right? Your governance board or your governance council is going to play an important role here, overseeing that process, making sure accountability is clear and set in the right direction. So you're going to need to assign roles and responsibilities for managing data, ensuring that every data set has clear ownership. And then the board at the bottom, this is a structure like a board that's going to oversee the processes and ensure accountability. Right? And if we get this right, this can be really helpful in helping us build this data-driven culture. Okay. If you're going to make data available across the organization, there's going to be no doubt you're going to need a little bit of self-service. Right? Self-service analytics, allowing your users to explore data and make decisions independently. Right? So you are going to need to provide access to data. You're going to possibly need to simplify data access. Right? If you use tools like Power BI, for example, it can make data easy to access and query even for non-technical users. Provide the right training on the tools and techniques that you're going to use to build up those analytic skills. Encourage collaboration, foster a community, have a center of excellence. Right? Sharing that knowledge among your users is going to build that community around analytics. Ensure you got the right data quality, security, and consistency. Collect your users' feedback, get the right mechanisms in place to provide that feedback. Right? That can help improve the processes and the tooling as well. Right, so enabling that is going to enable your people to do better. Now, we like, when I'm talking about this, right, and I've mentioned this a few times, it's not an iterative process. You're going to feel like you're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Right? I like to take the lead from Art Williams. Art's the person on this screen here. He changed life insurance in the US at the end of the last century. Right? And he made his speech is called the Just Do It speech in the late 80s. Now, I saw this at a business coaching event probably 10 years ago now. But having watched this video, it's stuck with me. And I go and watch it every now and again when I feel like I need to cheer myself up and feel a little bit of motivation. Right? But you can definitely apply what Art talks about to delivering change in business today, including building a data culture. Right? So some of the things he says in this speech, I'm not going to do his accent because he's from the USA and he's got a southern accent. I'm not going to try and do it, but he says, you just do it. You got to be tough and you don't quit. You got to be a leader. You can do whatever it takes to get the job done. And what's the primary difference between winners and losers? The winners do it and do it and do it and do it until the job gets done, implying that the people who are not successful, they give up just short. Now, if you get this right, it can have a really significant positive impact on your business. Right? So if you are on that journey, keep going, just do it. Now, there's a particular quote I like from Art in that speech, right? Just do it, right? The key to building a data-driven culture, the key to making data work for your organization, the key for data bringing business value is you've got to start. Right? Now, Art says in this talk, it's the same talk, you can find it on YouTube, it's free to watch. I think it's almost impossible for a smart person to win in business in America today, because I find smart people spend their whole lifetime figuring things out, always trying to figure out an easier way and a quicker way. And another thing I found out about smart people is they just don't get around to doing nothing. Right? You have to start, and you do it and do it and do it until the job gets done. Right, so we're a good 35 minutes into this talk, and we haven't mentioned Power BI hardly at all. Right, so let's fix that now. Right, so we've been talking about building this data-driven culture. We've been talking about the processes, the values, the behaviors that support good practice in an organization. We haven't mentioned any tools or tooling, so I'm going to address that now by talking about Power BI. Right, other tools are available for this, but as a Microsoft MVP and well, data nerd, I guess, is how I could perhaps describe myself. Power BI can definitely help us on this journey and definitely help us address some of the challenges we've already discussed. Right, it won't solve them all, but it can support and reinforce them by making data accessible, making it trusted, making it visible across your organization. Right, so Power BI, and to a degree now, well, not even to a degree, and Fabric on the back of that, right, can play a central role in bringing data into one place, removing those silos. Right, we can build a unified data model that integrates data from across the organization, which makes it easier to share insights and support better decision making. From a data quality issues, the tools in Power Query can allow us to design a repeatable and auditable data transformation, right, and various different data transformation steps that can clean and shape our data reliably. And because Power BI is so visual and it's so widely supported, and there's such a big community around it, there's loads of free content out there on the internet that can help your people learn, along with all the formal training process. But it's fairly easy for your staff to upskill and start producing high quality analysis of your data. Right? And because Power BI is part of the Microsoft ecosystem, I'm thinking Azure and also Microsoft Fabric, it does integrate with key security and governance tools that can help you protect your data and ensure that your data access is well managed. Now, if I come back to this slide, right, it talks about silo data. I'm not going to spend too much longer, right? I'm going to go through this quite quickly because I think I've just covered quite a lot of these points, which I didn't mean to do on that slide. Sorry, that's my fault. But there are useful, in terms of fixing silo data, right, Power BI can go and connect to a range of different sources. So in Barry's case, there might be an Oracle-based command and control system, a SQL Server-based case and custody system, an Access-based stop and search system. Connect to all of those systems, bring data in to a unified data model. Right? We can create this unified data model, consolidating data from all those different sources to get a consistent view of the organization's data. And then we can share, once we've got that model in place and we've built some really cool reports, we can share those dashboards and reports across teams, breaking down those silos and fostering that sort of cross-functional collaboration. Okay, so there's lots it can do in fixing the silos. Data quality I've talked to you about. There's lots of tools in on the screen there. There's like things like data profiling and data cleansing and data modeling. This can improve your data quality, but can also ensure you've got reliable and accurate and consistent and actionable data. Right, so Power Query in there can help with your data quality issues. I've touched on the data literacy and upskilling your people reasonably free of charge. Right, Power BI is going to play a key role if you're using it, and it can play a key role in improving data literacy because the tools it provides and the features that empower users to understand and work with it effectively. Right, so there's lots of training and resources. If you build a community like a centre of excellence, you can share that knowledge across departments. Right, if you've got visualization in there, you can gain insight into that data, so you can hide a lot of the complexity and show what the data is saying. Empowering your users to do self-serve analytics and analyze data independently can be a really key feature as well. Reducing the reliance on IT and data analysts, and as things like Copilot, as they gain in prominence, and those AI assistants and how they plug into your data here can actually really, it can upskill you quite quickly in that data literacy phase and building reports and serving yourself the analytics that you need. But it can definitely help bridge that literacy gap, right? Making your employees feel confident to leverage data to make better decisions. I said it integrates with the wider Microsoft ecosystem, right? Which is good. Power BI does have a lot of robust security and privacy features, right? So things like role-based security, giving users access to a role, granting access to reports and dashboards based off job functions and relevance. It's got things like role-level security, so you can have several people look at the same report, but they see different data based off the role that they're in. Again, keeping your data secure. On the back end, kind of hidden from you, the data is encrypted at rest and in transit. It complies with various regulatory standards like ISO 27001 and GDPR and SOC 2 and HIPAA and all those other regulations it adheres to. And it's got useful stuff like classification and labeling for labeling your sensitive data and managing access and so on. Right, so lots of tools in there that with Power BI can help address some of those concerns that we laid out in building a data-driven culture. But there's an elephant in the room. Right, so I'm going to go back a few slides. Right, I said here you can help with siloed data and data quality issues and lack of data literacy and security and privacy concerns. But if I then drop down and come back to executive support and resistance to change, can Power BI help with these? Well, what it can't do is do it for you, right? But they can still help build executive support. So going back to Berry, right? Berry, when she was given the reports to do, she knew that she would need to win round the CEO of the police force. So she did something small, like I think she was analysing, it was a CI/CD process, and she was looking at some of the log data, and she was looking at some of the errors she was getting out of GitHub and looking at some of the deployments in there, and she was able to identify it wasn't particularly efficient, and she looked at the data, she fixed the CI/CD process based off the data that was telling her what the problem was with it, and it basically freed up an analyst for probably half a day to a day a week, saving that time, giving them something else to do. And she was able to go back and say, look, using this, I freed up Dave, who's now doing this, and we've saved Dave's salary for the day. Not Dave's salary for the day, but Dave can now go and do something a bit more meaningful than fixing the continually failing CI/CD pipeline. Right, and then from a sort of resistance to change perspective, because it does visualize the data really well, and you can see that change. Oh, we need to change our CI/CD pipeline because of this. It takes the argument away. It's like, oh yeah, we do need to change that. Now, Berry did that. She made those small changes, overcome those resistance to change. She got some executive buy-in. Then she moved on to the sort of overtime bill, which is a big deal for the police and frontline police officers. And she got that reduced as well. So again, getting that buy-in. Now, I mentioned at the start, I can't remember the date now, June or July 2023. Was the date I mentioned, right? So when we last spoke about Berry, she was without a sponsor. Sponsor departed the day after she joined. Right? There was a tremendous amount of resistance from the existing senior leadership. She had a lot of siloed data. She had data quality issues across those systems. But Berry, she embraced her inner art. She didn't quit. All right, she kept going. Now, it was a struggle. When the sponsor left, as I said earlier, she got given the reports to look after, right? But she stuck to her remit and stuck to her guns. So after various setbacks, she did start making transaction. So that small incremental change around the CI/CD process, which made a small saving, the overtime bill, these are all real life stories that definitely happened, right? So She was looking at the utilization of the police forces and saving on overtime bills, which helped save the force money. That allowed her to gain more trust and more investment. Right, and then she took that a stage further, and this all built up over the course of time. And now there's lots of data-driven initiatives in the police. Things like predictive policing is very much a real thing these days. And she now has a seat on the board, and data is used for everything from officer deployment through to which types of cars should be bought for the force. Right, but as CDO with a seat at the board, right, data is being used to make decisions from the very top. Now, I said this earlier on, right, nobody wants a data culture. Right, what Barry came to realize really quickly, right, even when it felt everything was going wrong, right, nobody really wants a data culture. People want the benefits it can bring. They want better decisions, they want improved efficiency, they want clearer insights, and they want the value that it can bring. Right. So the focus shouldn't be on selling the concept of a data culture, but demonstrating how we can solve real business problems. Right, whether that's improving customer experience, driving revenue, streamlining operations, tie those data initiatives to those tangible outcomes. Right, to get buy-in, align these initiatives with the business strategy and goals, and show how leveraging data can help achieve those organizational goals, whether it's entering a new market or enhancing services or reducing your current operational costs. That'll get you executive support, and that's going to be vital to your success. Start small. Right, it doesn't happen overnight. Right, start with a manageable project, demonstrate those quick wins, use this as a proof of concept and build momentum and scale up from there. And you need to empower your non-technical users as well. Right, so a successful data culture should support everyone, not just the analysts and data scientists. So help non-technical people embrace data, make sure or ensure that tools are intuitive and accessible for them. Avoid making processes unnecessarily complicated. Right? The easier you make it for people to access and use data, the faster that adoption will grow. And remember, you will always encounter resistance to change. Right? This is one of the most common challenges an organization will face when introducing new technologies and processes and cultural shifts and adopting data-driven approaches. Right, so I love this image, it captures it perfectly for me. Everyone wants the benefits of change, but few are willing to embrace the personal adjustments it needs. All right, now, who wants change? Everybody's hands up. Who wants to change? Everyone's hand is down. Right, there's always a risk of doing nothing as well. Now, this is my penultimate slide, so I'm going to be finishing a little bit early. Nick, I'll give you the heads up here, it won't be long. There are lots of examples of organizations that are using data-driven strategies. Tesco have embraced this, a UK supermarket have embraced this for a long time. It's probably since the early 90s, and they've used data collected on loyalty cards to optimize supply chains, boost customer loyalty, personalized marketing efforts, and they've grown into a mass organization. Walmart, again, it revolutionized their supply chain and customer experience, making predictions on, even down to what to stock in hurricane season, in the hurricane affected stores that sit in a hurricane or potential for hurricanes to hit. And there's lots of others, to name a few. And these are really good use cases when it comes to building your own data culture too. So that does bring us to the end. I'll take some questions in a second. Right, but we've covered a lot. We've talked about building a data-driven culture. Nobody wants it. Right, they just want the benefits it can bring. There's lots of real-life challenges. Hopefully, some of these have resonated with you as I've gone through those today. Power BI can definitely help you with this. It is a tool. It's a tool to help you. It can't necessarily do it for you, but there's lots of cool stuff in there that making access to data and making data accessible to everybody a definite possibility. And take action. Right, you can do it. Get started, and if you need any help, reach out. There are people out there who will happily give you advice for free. Okay, that's the end of the show, guys. Thank you all for listening. Any questions? Pop them in the chat.
Hey, Get. This was great presentation. We really enjoyed it. So yeah, thanks for sharing. I think it's super important topic for most of the organizations out there. Currently, no questions in the chat. So
I didn't see any. I didn't have it
yeah.
open, but that's cool.
Maybe
How did Man United get on, mate? Did they win?
No, they lost 3-1. So Bruno,
Oh, wow.
Bruno missed the penalty.
Ah, excellent.
Excellent. Excellent, because I had him in my team. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, no.
He got booked, and plus he missed the penalty. So
Oh,
they started with minus points. Yeah.
Oh dear.
But yeah,
happens,
let's see.
That does happen, doesn't it? It
It's
does
just
happen.
the first game. Yeah.
Oh dear. I wonder.
So yeah, you don't see any questions. If there are any questions coming up later, yeah, maybe people can ping you. I think you shared your social media.
Email. Yeah, socials.
Yeah,
on
email.
There.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
Awesome.
Brilliant. Well, thanks again for having me, mate.
Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate that. And yeah, I wish you a nice rest of the weekend and hope to see you soon in person.
Yeah, see you soon. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going to be. I'll take that offline, mate. I'll chat to you later.
Sure. See you.
Later,
Good one.
Bye.
Bye. So for all the others, we were supposed to have Lakshmi presenting at 4 p.m., which is in about 10 minutes. But unfortunately, we got a last-minute cancellation from Lakshmi. She had some family urgency, so it's totally okay that she can't join us. She sent the presentation, so I'll check how we can upload that and how to share with all of you. But there will be no live session happening in 10 minutes because Lakshmi is absent due to this family emergency, and unfortunately, she can't present. With that being said, this was the last scheduled session for Room 4. From our side, from organization's part, I would like to express a huge gratitude to all of our sponsors, Obungi, ETA, to you, and Daten VG for supporting this event. It really means a lot to us, and I hope you enjoyed this Room 4 experience today at DataBash conference. There will be sessions in Room 1, 2, and 3, so it's just for Room 4. It's over because we don't have last session for today. So with that being said, thank you everyone for joining and wish you a nice rest of the weekend.